see.
There we go.
I've changed my mind. I've decided I wasn't being hard enough on you. And we're going to traditional pulp or traditional Cthulhu HP. Everybody divide their HP in half. We're going to half HP. Just tens. No, I'm just kidding. Okay, so you guys have too much health. You guys have had it too easy for too long. Yeah. Yeah.
I did watch last time's recording
Session?
during
Yeah.
work. So
Okay,
I know
yeah.
about the 2 to 3 hits with a pistol, which means my character
cool.
could probably start
Yeah.
one turning people,
Yeah, for sure.
which is great. And then the luck is 2d10.
Mm.
Okay.
Yeah, if you succeed if you fail the luck roll, yeah, you'll get 2d10, but it'll always be 1d10 regardless. And if you fail the luck roll, you'll get a second d10.
Okay. I wanted to let you know I know about
off.
those, and you don't
Awesome.
have to
Thank you.
about those. Yeah.
Yeah, I'll take that off my housekeeping. I appreciate that. You are awesome.
Thank you.
Yeah. No, I'm joking about the half HP. Yeah. So we'll go the opposite direction. A couple things. 3, bounce some ideas off Josh because he had to drop all of his luck and poor Robert is well, you got some other stuff out of it. Possibly. Well, if you watch the recording, you know what Robert got out of it.
Lucky Robert.
That was a lot.
Yeah. We'll see what happens there. Good old Robert. So one thing I'll definitely do for sure, like kind of, and Alex and I were kind of talking about this before, is like with Pulp Cthulhu, there's so many just different like little dials and things to twist and pull to try to like pulp up and pulp down things. It's like the pulpometer if I'm making orange juice, and like how much pulp do we want in this orange juice. And the first thing I'm going to do is just kind of take at least like the basic like minion type people, like the cultists, and just revert them back to their traditional stat blocks so that they don't have like 70% and 80% in their combat skills. So they're way more. They hit a lot less. Their weapons are still basic weapons. That it's not like they had like pulp weapons. But in terms of their ability to hit, like they had really, really high percentages in skills. So they were hitting like almost on every turn, which I think is part of what did so much damage to you guys. And it affected your abilities to like fight back and all those sorts of dodge, all those sorts of things. So they'll be reverted back to traditional Call of Cthulhu stat blocks. So you should be able to like fight back and dodge and be way more effective in those things. And when they attack you, they'll probably miss way more frequently. So fighting, because I want you guys to be able to like go into those fights and like, yeah, there's still the risk of like death and injury and that sort of stuff like if they hit, but I want those to like still be fun and exciting but still scary at the same time, but also not have it be like
we've learned that 2 good rounds from the enemy is about what they need to end us.
Yeah, I would just rather those few good rounds be maybe fewer and farther in between and have the ability for you guys to have more good rounds. So when you're fighting regular humans, I would expect things to be much more even now, like you guys to have much more ability to like hold your own, because their skills are going to be way more on par, if not likely less than your skills. They're way more reasonable, unless you guys are like fighting soldiers. Like context clues will probably be relevant. Like people will have skills reasonable to their backgrounds, but most people will have basic skills. The other thing is increasing the HP gain from successful first aid and medicine checks. So right now, a successful first aid check just gives you 1 HP back. That will increase to a D4. So like still potentially just 1, but also could be up to 4. And then medicines, like when you're in a hospital, or if you guys, I don't think anybody has a medicine skill. Does anybody have medicine?
No.
Have it at 1.
I have a 1.
Yeah. So right now, if you guys go to like
mine is a 12.
Oh, okay. Well, yeah, he's got some medicine. Yeah, so medicine check, or if you go to a hospital or a doctor and you get taken care of that way as well, that's a D3. That will increase to a D4, which also then means with your con rolls when you're trying to recover from a major wound, if you get a regular success, because you need the third thing will be, you normally need an extreme success to recover from a major wound on that con check. We're going to house rule that to a hard success. So still like, a difficult check, but not as difficult. If you just get a regular success, it's normally a D3. That will also be changed to a D4. So basically, healing checks go from they go from a D3 to a D4, and then house ruling the major wound recovery from extreme success to a hard success, and it's a little more in like a luck spend range. When you get medical care, if you're recovering in like a good area, that's 2 bonus die right there. So it's like you got 2 bonus die for an extreme wound or a major wound recovery. You should be able to hit a hard con roll, or at least get yourself within range of a luck recovery or luck to hit that. So recovering from major wounds should be a lot more easy. Not getting yourself in position to get a major wound unless it's like a big kind of pivotal combat moment, probably be a lot more likely, and fighting minions will be a lot more in your favor. I'll also try my best to not ambush you guys when you're separated. We will see. We'll see how that goes. That one was on me. That was timing. It was timing, but it was my fault. So I apologize for that. Yeah, that's those are the 3 housekeeping things. So all in your favor. All in your favor.
Yay.
Not that I don't think I would housekeep things. Well, famous last words, out of your favor. We'll see. But yeah. And with that, why don't we get some luck rolls? Does anybody have any questions to start with?
Are these going to be retroactive, or am I still just at 11 HP out of 26?
These will be going forward.
Okay. So just
Yeah.
all right.
Yeah.
Oh no, I passed.
Oh,
I passed.
14
No,
too.
look, I passed.
Yeah, just has to one up there.
Yeah. Oh my goodness.
Oh,
It's Robert too.
wow.
That's a good thing we
Oh,
did
wow.
anyway.
Yeah, so D10 for everybody except for T, who gets 2 D10.
Woo!
Hey, but I get 8.
That's so funny. Yeah, he's up to 16.
Oh, yay. Mighty 2.
Oh, I'm sorry. That's didn't have any luck.
Hope
Wait,
I
you
don't
don't have
need
any
that. I hope those 2 bonus die do me good, because I don't have
Yeah.
the luck.
Yeah. Awesome.
He goes up by 10. Yay.
There you go. Cool. He is in range of not dying.
Robert is just barely underneath it, I think.
Yeah.
I still
2
have
points
4
away.
HP.
Oh, for luck.
Yeah, I'm 4 off. So
Yeah.
unfortunately, I do not get the safety gap.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Dang.
What's Yang's next? It's I think it's Shazad is next. 55. That's right. Shazad. And then Yang, and then Robert. I want to say it's like 45 decks.
Oh.
Yeah. Cool. Alrighty then. That would be who's the highest? See? Yeah. Why don't we try your recap off the video? See what you. That's pretty harsh. That's harsh. I don't be that mean. Shazad 17. Whew, good roll, but yeah. Yeah.
It's gonna be a little spotty, but
That's all right.
essentially, was it last week that we went up to? Yeah, we went north.
Mhm.
We found was it Robert on the day of the funeral?
Yeah, I think you guys met at the
Yeah, yeah,
cemetery.
we found Robert at the cemetery, and we or after we got kicked out of our hotel, and I know I'm missing some stuff there at the beginning. But essentially we got kicked out of the hotel. We went to the funeral. We arrived there a little early. Uh, saw Robert. Or Robert saw us and started walking towards us, and we kind of just put him back in the car and found a diner real close. Went into the diner, got him cleaned up a little bit. Uh, got him some food. Then went to the funeral. Uh, there was a very nice speech in there. There were a couple of "Hey, look at me" people that were mentioned, and then we had time to figure out what we were doing. Uh, we went to a different hotel. I can't remember exactly which one it was. Crap. And it was near like one of the train stations. And we first off got Robert pretty well cleaned up, so he no longer stinks like the sewer. He pleaded with us to trust him, like pretty much that entire day, and he told us all of his cool little tricks that he can now do with a knife. Not all of us are for it. Shazad really just doesn't want to know when it happens. Just be, just wants him to kind of just be like, I'm getting a little hungry, and then just disappear for a while. We kind of agreed that it would be nobody innocent. Then we also decided to head up and kind of split off. Two of us went to Miskatonic, two of us went to in Arkham, and two of us went to Boston. I believe it was T and Yang went to Boston, and Robert and I went to Miskatonic to talk to the professor. I think Yang and T, they didn't find the book that they were looking for, but didn't they get a bunch of? Didn't they get a couple names of other books that were like kind of similar? I want to say yeah.
Yeah, she handed us the list that she had put together
For Robert,
him.
or yeah, sorry, Jackson. And then Robert and I went to Miskatonic to talk to that professor about the uh, death cults in what was it, the Australia. And he described that to us. We described the cult that we were talking about, and then uh, nothing really matched up. But he told us more about that death cult in Australia, and honestly, it sounded really cool. uh, After that, we thanked him for his time, and then just kind of left. We took a train back to New York the same day. and arrived that night. Went into the slept in the hotel room. The next day we had what's that? Now this would be Monday. We had the will reading, which we were invited to with a couple of other people. And the will was essentially, hey, I'll get you set up and just continue my research and figure out what's going on. And it was a lot of information. And essentially we said yes. Everybody else left because they didn't want to do it. We said, yeah, sure, we'll do it. And then we headed off. After that was done, we headed off to Emerson Imports to see if there was anything that Jackson had. And we got a lot of information, which was in the chat there, about Aja Singh out of Mombasa. There's also Cafe Afrique, which was in Queens, the Mountain Tea in Brooklyn, and the Juju House in Harlem. All three of them dealt in imports, although it was more like I think Cafe Afrique was more in smuggling. It seemed a little more shady than the rest of them. And then I think that's where we ended.
Yeah, sounds about right.
And the Australian gods sounded kind of like they could be related to the African god, and they might be giants.
Yeah. Oh, what was that thing's name? The bat.
The man bat.
The man bat. Yeah. That also sounded like it was kind of funny.
You mean Batman? Dun-dun-dun-dun-dun-dun-dun.
No, the description we got from this one, it was much closer to man bat than Batman.
Yeah.
Okay.
It is the world's greatest detective.
I thought that's what we were trying to be.
Yeah, well, I guess it is the Eldritch world's greatest detective.
Aha.
You are the world's greatest Eldritch detectives. It's just it's Batman, Man Bat. It's, it's the yeah. Yeah, cool. So yeah, I think it's like I said, or like we're talking probably it's reasonable. Like 4 o'clock. Monday the 19th. Is that the right calendar date? Yeah, Monday the 19th, 4-ish.
That sounds about right.
Yeller in. Are you in Harlem or are you actually in?
I think we were in Brooklyn.
I think so.
Was it? Yeah, I think we were in Brooklyn because we had to catch a ferry or we had to get across the bridges, which I have a vehicle, which completely forgot about.
Yeah, because we stopped at Emerson Imports.
Yeah.
Yeah, that should be.
Is that in?
I thought it was in Manhattan, but
I know it's near the docks, if I remember correctly,
Yeah,
when we were
maybe
first
not.
trying to go there.
It's in West 47th Street.
South Manhattan. 10. Yeah, up here.
Yeah.
Midtown.
Yeah. North of Midtown there.
There you
It's
go.
in South Manhattan.
Yeah,
That's
so
where we ended.
South Manhattan.
Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, it's snowy. You guys are, I guess back in Shazad's car. 4 o'clock. I mean, the sun's probably getting close to being set, but you still have the evening and night ahead of you to do whatever you want to. But it's you still all, well, except for T, banged up. It's your call what you want to do.
We were advised by the police to get out of town. And at this point, we were essentially left with the big decision of where do we go and what do we do at this point?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we did talk a little bit toward the end
yeah.
about what were your things to do in New York.
Yes. Our things to do in New York at this point, I believe, is try and uncover the cultists and put an end to that, and also gain knowledge of stuff like that. There is that mummy unwrapping party later in the week, or we can start following the Carlisle expedition. We can go to London, and then down to Africa, or we can do more research into this Australian death cult. We do research into the, or we could see if we can't find information about the East African death cult. Like that was kind of our.
There's also Shanghai, isn't there?
Yeah, wasn't that also part of the Carlisle expedition, or am I misremembering that?
That wasn't part of the Carlisle expedition, but that was mentioned in Jackson's notes.
And it looked like there was pictures like he might have been there.
Yeah,
Okay.
some of the picture he took, and then yeah, it was mentioned in his notes. Yeah.
From what I remember from what I watched, there was a lot of like ancient Egyptian gods mentioned, and that's kind of Thee's thing. Is there anything that I could like, I don't know, like proactive or role to help with that, since she knows hieroglyphics and worships the ancient Egyptian gods as her religion?
So it's a good question. Like, I'm trying to think about what specifically was mentioned in the notes.
Set was for sure. I know you guys talked about Set, and that would be someone that she should know about because he is one of the major gods of the religion, I'm pretty sure.
I can go back in my notes and see what gods are mentioned.
But that's the only one that sticks out in my mind as of right now.
It was in dealing with that Sphinx, wasn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
It was talking about the Sphinx, and Set was brought up there. So yeah, that was another thing that we could follow up on, is the Sphinx that we have.
You could take a look at it. See, you might. I guess. Oh, you were there. Yang showed you his little Sphinx, didn't he?
Yeah, I did.
I would have assumed so. Yeah. Also, I almost took French.
Mm-hmm.
So, Josh, you were very close. I almost knew French, but I took Latin instead.
Both.
But yeah, could I like? Is there anything I can roll to help? Since this seems like Thee should know something.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Give me an int roll. And then Yang just Thee. Thee give me one, or Thee give me one. Oh, rough. So you do think like there's something there, but you just don't know what they were looking for. So you would need to actually go either talk to somebody who has like intimate knowledge of the expedition, or go to the sites that they were in Egypt to figure out like what they were digging, right? Like or what they were looking for. Because there's nothing specifically mentioned in Carlisle's or in Jackson's notes that jumps out to you right away. unless you were to go back and like dig through there and look for something. But yeah, there's nothing that you just as you're sitting in the car that jumps to you. Um,
Interesting. Okay. I mean, I will tell them like there is something about this, but I have to be there. Like I have to look, like talk to somebody who was there or go there, so I know what they're actually looking for. With Set, because he is
yeah.
not a good person. God.
Yang, will you give me a you give me a luck roll? Sorry.
Rubbing salt in the wound.
I know. Yeah, it's okay. It's not crucial. Will you also give me an intelligence roll?
Nope.
Damn. Oh no. Yeah. Just
We're all just we're
struggling.
dazzled. There's too much going on.
There's a lot going on. It's a lot to think about. Yeah. Yeah. It might come to you later. It might come to you later. It's hard to say. Uh, uh, but yeah, you do know that one of the things asked of you in the will, right, was to look or to finish Jackson's investigations. One of them was to deal with like to look into like the cults, right? And it does seem like the cult of the bloody tongue. You guys definitely have talked a lot about there being cult work or the cult at work in New York. Um,
I feel like that cafe is a good place for that.
and then you've got some other leads. Uh, some other things you mentioned last time were, yeah, you said check out the 3 importers. What's going on there? Aja Singh, I just wrote that down. Research the death cult. Check in with the New York Times reporter. Check in with Lieutenant Poole, and then something about Hilton Adams.
If we check in with Lieutenant Poole, he's gonna be angry at us.
Yeah, but the cultists that we had apprehended, I totally forgot about that.
Yeah, I know he's got him alive.
Yeah. So we could see if they learned anything about that.
Is he gonna tell us though? Like he don't want us having anything to do with this.
He will not be happy to see us, but like, well, he's just not going to be happy to see us. Then there was also that the reporter. I did also forget about that.
Well, the most obvious link would be with Lieutenant Poole. But then at the same time, I don't know if we really expect one of those cultist guys to talk or not.
I mean, or if they do talk, it's all going to be gibberish.
Cults do love their gibberish.
Yeah.
I mean, start with the reporter maybe then?
I think that would be good.
You guys probably have time to get there. She's a reporter. She's probably, maybe working late. You probably have time to get there before close of business too. Yeah, I said 4 o'clock. So yeah, you think you could probably get there before close of business? Does anybody remember her name? Tough questions.
No.
Ah,
I don't think I wrote down her name, but let
I
me.
didn't get a
I'm
chance
gonna
to go through the
control F
video.
in my notes if it pops up. Here we go. And see if I wrote her name. Reporter isn't even in here, so I have no idea.
Oops.
Did we meet her on Monday or Sunday?
No, it
you
was
guys actually never met her.
yeah, we never actually met
Or
her.
a while back? Oh, she
Yeah,
was just mentioned.
You
Yeah.
just saw her. You read some of her articles.
Was this
Let's see.
at what point was she mentioned? Is what I'm trying to figure out.
Oh, it'd been during like last session.
Yeah.
Okay,
maybe the
last
session
it was
before.
last.
I think we were talking about like going back and talking to the cultists, and it was brought up that there were articles about the murders
Mhm.
and
Yeah.
This
yeah.
wasn't the woman who was with all of the. Whenever we went up to, like, have Jackson's will read, was she in that crowd?
No, she was actually in the crowd
Okay.
standing outside the funeral, but you guys wouldn't have known that. Let me see. I'm gonna give you an article. Nope. Maybe I'm not. Maybe I'm not.
Yeah, the only note I have is Jonah Kensington, I think, but I don't think that's her.
There you go.
Oh, okay. Yeah, no, I didn't have her in my notes.
Because this was the article that was brought up to you by Lieutenant Poole. He brought this paper to you that morning. I think it's coming back to me as well.
Well, we planned on running to talk with her real quick before we bed down for the night.
Yeah, she might be more willing to talk to us. I mean,
Mm-hmm.
Reporter and all. Yeah.
trying to research what's surrounding a friend's murder.
Oh. Yeah, so off to the New York Times, which is now located at the recently expanded 229 West 43rd Street building, rather than the offices after which Times Square was named. Yeah, you guys head over to 229th West 43rd Street. Is that on? Let's see. Is it on here? I wonder.
I see the
Maps,
public
maps,
library.
Yeah.
I do not see it.
No. New York Post, New York. Nope. New York Times HQ 8 on this one in Midtown over
Okay,
there.
so we just
Yeah, no, it's kind of a straight shot. Just
Yeah. Okay.
what, east, west, east. Yeah, still in Midtown. So yeah, probably not even that far of a
Northish,
drive.
3 or 4 streets and then straight
Yeah.
east.
Get there 20 minutes later, and driving in the snow and evening traffic, and yeah, you get there and it's busy. Everyone's like trying to get their stuff done before the like close of business, getting ready for print tomorrow. and it's kind of this hive of like journalistic activity. Behind the Seated behind her desk over in the crime section is Rebecca Schosenberg. She is right here.
Oh man, did we have that
Yeah.
on our screen the entire time?
Well,
Author murdered by brutal killers.
no, I just put that up a little
Okay.
bit ago. Yeah.
Yeah, it's like
yeah.
because it had her name on it, and I'm like, oh man, did I just completely miss that?
It was after I had asked you. It was not. Yeah, not. It was a little bit after I'd asked you.
Okay.
That's what I'll get you the article. And I'm just now that the picture's super big, I just one of her pupils is way bigger. She's stroking out. Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
I can't
You guys are
explain it, but this photo of her looks like Fallout New Vegas.
yeah, it's got kind of that vibe, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can see that.
Mm-hmm.
And she sees the four of you walk up and immediately is like, I recognize you. You're that author, Mr. Elias. You're Mr. Elias's friends. I saw you outside leaving his funeral. What can I do for you? And she stands. I'm Rebecca Schosenberg. She kind of like shuffles some papers.
Hi, Rebecca. I'm Shazad, and yes, we are friends with or we're friends with the recently deceased Jackson. Uh, we just had a couple questions about the articles you've been writing. Uh,
Yeah, yeah. I meant to stop you after the funeral, but you all cut out there pretty fast, and frankly, she like looks over at Robert. Well, never mind. You all cut out there pretty fast.
yeah, we had business to attend to that day still, so uh, so these like the murders that have been going on. You say, I think you had it said that there was
He makes
oh, how
number
many were
9.
there? Yeah.
I think he was number 9.
Yeah, if you're if if that's what you want to believe, uh, that they're all done by the same person. And of course, Captain Robeson and the 14th Precinct would like to have you believe it was Hilton Adams that killed the original 8 victims. So it would be pretty hard for him to do it behind bars, locked away over in the death house at Sing Sing. So I don't see how he could get out of prison and kill a 9th person. So I guess
Well, I don't know if he had anything to do with it, but I know he's not the only one.
yeah, no, I don't think Hilton killed your friend, and frankly, I don't think he killed any of the other 8 victims. But yeah,
You think he was just a scapegoat, essentially?
yeah, I don't mean to be glib about your friend's murder. It's horrible, but we've been dealing with these for a while, and I'm trying to prove Hilton's innocence.
Yeah.
Well, kind of leads do you have to go on of what it would be other than Hilton?
Not much, frankly. Just his testimony and his wife's, and the frankly shoddy police work. But she kind of like looks around. Don't let Captain Robeson or anyone at the 14th here let you hear that.
No, your secret's safe though.
Hear you say that, yeah.
Yeah.
And all that stuff with him. Did anybody say anything about anything called any kind of a cult or say the term bloody tongue at any point?
Yeah, I guess after everything was eventually transferred to the 14th precinct, the Captain Robeson talked to some supposed expert named Dr. Mordecai Lemming, and he claimed there was some sort of African death cult that was involved, and I don't know. Not long after that, they arrested Hilton. Yeah, that's it. Mordecai Lemming, you got it. Doctor, yeah, I guess. I don't know, some sort of PhD. And
Where is this doctor? What university is he tied to? Do you know?
no, he's not a professor or anything. He's just I don't know, kind of a weird fella. He lives in his apartment, and I think he attends some lectures at this social club called the Dark Tower out in Harlem, and mostly just I don't know, goes around giving talks at coffee shops and things like that. But I think he got his PhD at one point, but he just mostly collects things and lives off of his family money.
Dark Tower. Yeah, that's that. That is that
Yeah.
thing we were supposed to. That's it. Oh yeah. And when did? Because we're still just getting into all this. When did all these killings start? When was the first one?
Hold on, actually. And she goes like into one of her drawers and pulls out like a stack of clippings. I've got them all here. She goes, the first victim was Roberta Barlow. She died in on March 21st of 1920. And then at least the ones that they linked to Hilton. And then there was Lambert Lawrence Jones. It was October 21, and then February 22, March of 23, August of 23, March of 24, July of 24, and then Linda of Cooper in September of 24, and that was the one they found him on the scene at and arrested him for. So and then they linked him back to the others because of the the carving, and yeah.
Yeah, the carving was definitely present on all of them.
Yeah. They called them the Carver killings, and they all had that symbol. I heard your friends had the same thing. They all had a symbol carved into their foreheads, and some of them were, kind of mutilated in other ways, but yeah, they all had the same sort of carving in their foreheads.
Or is there anything tying these people together?
No, I mean, Bobby, Roberta, she was a prostitute. Um, Second victim was he's a stage prop master. Third victim was a private detective. Fourth victim was some sort of I don't know. I think he had ties to the Italian mob. Fifth victim was a longshoreman. Sixth victim was a laborer, and then the seventh and eighth victim. Seventh victim was a reverend in Harlem, and the eighth victim was actually Hilton's ex-girlfriend from before he went off to fight in the war. But I mean, they all had in court. They said they were all linked because they had been in and out of Harlem, and that's how Hilton chose his victims as people he had just kind of come across, and it was just sort of, he just sort of chose people he saw. But I mean, it's Harlem, it's sort of the place to be at night, so I don't think that's much of a something to go off of.
I know this is a long shot question, but those people didn't have any ties to like the Carlyles in any way, did they?
Carlyle's.
Yeah, work for their businesses or anything?
No, I mean, Reverend Jones, he worked for Saint Mark the Evangelist. I mean, he was the prior. He worked for the church. He had no ties to the Carlyles for sure, and I don't think I don't think the Carlyles are tied in with the Italian mafia, right? Like I don't I know I'm the. If you got any leads on that, let me know. I'd love to write a story, but
Hey,
when I'm
I'm
done with
sure
this
you know
one,
more on all that stuff than we do.
yeah,
Yeah, I'm just trying to figure things out here because that was, well, our friend was an author and the book he was working on was around the Carlisle expedition. So I didn't know if there was any link there with the murder.
no, I don't think so. I didn't come across anything to do with Erica Carlisle, but I don't even think she. Well, I guess some of the clubs, but I don't think she even spends much time down in. That's not really my section of the paper, the social, you know. But I don't think she spends much time down in Harlem anyway.
Anybody else got questions?
Yeah, I just want to make sure I got all the dates for the killings right.
Mhm.
Uh, March 21st, 1920. This because these happened over the course of a couple of years, right?
Yeah, 4 years. Yeah,
So
March 21st, 1920, October 14th, 1921, February
wow.
7th, 1922, March 3rd, 1923, August 12th, 1923, March 13th, 1924, July 7th, 1924, and
Okay.
September 3rd, 1924. I can actually
Yeah, I was just gonna write them all down.
yeah, here I'll she'll give you the clippings that she had, so I can give you the
Perfect.
it's gonna put this in a picture though when I copy and paste it from OneNote, so I'm
Yeah.
gonna drop it to a
And one
Yeah,
of
just
those
like
was
that.
on my birthday. I don't like that.
Oh no.
Um, I forget
But
how I
why?
did it. Pulling pictures. Oh, handouts. Yes.
Oh, do you have it in your notes in Foundry?
Yeah, I can actually put in the handout notes into my journal.
Where is your journal shared, or is it what's
Oh,
your
am I able
journal?
to journal name sessions? I do a new journal entry for every session.
Okay, yeah. Is it
Um,
Jackson in the investigation of the cult?
yes.
Here, I'm gonna edit it real quick and
Yeah.
oops, actually can I?
I kind of name them on theme. Are they? Can I
Oh.
make these journals public?
I can. I don't know if you can or
Okay.
not, but I can if you want me to.
Yeah, I mean, it just I I would make them all public so everyone could look at them if they wanted.
There you go. You now have all. Let me save it. Save changes. There you go.
Awesome. Thank you.
You have all their names. Uh, some notes, where they're found, what their occupations were. Yeah, there you go. And then yeah, I'll put your sessions notes. Are you sure? You want me to make them public? Nothing private in there?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
He's
Oops.
got all his private thoughts on each one of the characters in there.
Yeah. I'm gonna eat this person
Yeah.
first.
I think Yang would be delicious with a Szechuan sauce.
No, it should actually. Everyone should be able. Everyone's already listed as owners on them. Everyone should be able to see them. I think.
Oh, perfect.
Yeah. Yanks. That's what sounds. Yes. Sorry. I was delayed, but yes. Yeah. You can put them on.
Barbecue. He's just straight up good old barbecue.
Yeah.
Here's my rankings for the most tasty. They go up and down depending on how much I like them.
And you won't tell us because we could very quickly move up or down that list.
Yes, depending on what I say.
But yeah, so I mean, she she gives you that information, and if you're, like if you want to speak to Hilton, it's because it's getting close to his his execution date. He's not really like accepting visitors, but she can speak with him and get you on his visitors list if you guys were wanting to speak with him. And if you want to talk to Millie, his wife, Millie Adams, she can give you their address. Pardon me.
That would
That would
be
definitely
awesome.
help.
Yeah, cool. And then you can also try to talk to Hilton's old war buddies. He was part of the Harlem Hellfighters. You can speak to his old war buddies at Teddy's Saloon, which is a coffee shop during the day, speakeasy at night. It's in Harlem as well. They're sort of his war buddies are kind of giving her the freeze right now because she has sort of failed to help him. But maybe you'll have better luck.
I mean, the way those murders go, it definitely seems like the last few were just setting up for him to take the fall.
It is what it seems like.
Question is, who orchestrated the fall?
Well,
Maybe
they
the
might
death cult that we're trying to find.
not hurt to go talk to the wife and see if we can get more details since she know the most about him.
Probably need to hold that one till tomorrow.
Yeah,
I don't want to visit a poor lady so late.
definitely tomorrow.
Well, we do appreciate your time and sharing your research with us. If we get anything figured out, we'll let you know.
Yeah, she says, yeah, absolutely. Just be like I said, be careful. I don't have any concrete evidence, but Captain Robeson, at best, he's incompetent. And well, I don't want to say at worst, but either way, he's dangerous, and therefore, that puts the entire 14th kind of at odds with what we're doing here. I think he's.
Do you think he might have anything to do with it?
I certainly think he may be responsible for framing Hilton. I'll let Hilton explain more. It and she kind of leans in closer. It just didn't. I've seen a lot. I've worked this job for a little while now, and you kind of get the you can see when a job when police work is wrapped up quickly and not done correctly, and this has all the signs of something that wasn't done right. And no, I don't think this was done right. Like I said, at best, he's incompetent, and maybe that's the case, but just be careful. I'd hate for something to happen to you guys, and I'm already having to watch my back whenever I go out in Harlem, just because I don't have any friends among the 14th right now.
What
What was
about
Hilton's full name? Sorry.
Lieutenant Poole over at, is he the 8th? Or
I believe so. 8th to the 18th. Precinct 7A.
7A?
Mm-hmm.
A sounds kind of like an 8.
Yeah.
It's precinct 7A.
7A, yeah. 7A? Yeah, he's Canadian.
It's
He's
the
a Mountie,
Canadian.
actually.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Oh, Lieutenant Poole, yeah, he's just down. He's on loan from the Mounties. He's a good guy. No, I don't.
Quick change
I
of
don't know.
character.
Yeah.
No posers.
I almost just went full Shoresy with him for half a second. It was nope. Yeah, I don't know too much about Lieutenant Poole, but he seems fine. He seems fine. He
Well,
any of his work has seemed okay. Any of the stories I've reported on, but nothing's been main front page news like Hilton and these Carver killings. So it's hard to say for sure, but I certainly know that Lieutenant Poole hasn't made a name for himself, and he certainly doesn't wear the kind of suits that Captain Robeson does. I'll say that much.
well, if you plan on looking into this anymore, I think he's a good person for you to talk to. He,
Yeah,
I don't think he fully believes the whole story with the 14th either.
Okay, I'll look into that. Thank you. Yeah.
I'm
Where
still
to next
noticing
for
a
you?
very large wound. So,
Yeah.
well, if we can go back and go to bed, that's just fine with me.
Mm-hmm.
Sounds like a
Yeah.
good idea.
You all head back, get some rest. Awesome. Yeah.
As we walk out, I'll just kind of say, "Is anybody going to pick up that phone?"
Well, what do you mean? We've been picking them up all day. They just keep ringing. News desk? No, we've heard about it. Yeah, yes. What do you mean, the Great Bambino? Yeah, he's gonna be big one day. Or he already is big. I don't know. Or is he even born? Babe Ruth, how old?
I don't think he's bored yet.
He's born 1895. He's good.
Oh yeah.
He's in his prime. Yeah.
Hey, he played starting in 1914.
Yeah. Yeah, there we go.
Yeah.
I did not realize that.
He's
Yeah.
playing for the Yankees right now. Yeah, there we go. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Here we go. You can go see Babe. You can go see the Babe. Yeah. Jidge. One of his nicknames was Jidge.
Judge.
Jidge. What does that even mean? Okay, I can't keep looking at that. Anyway, I thought he also put. Okay. Yeah, you guys all head back to your hotel and head to bed. Was it the Murray Hill? Does that sound right?
I
Yeah,
remember I
that
rolled a
sounds
D.
right.
Yeah, we rolled a D4 and it was just
It's like 2.
one of them.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I feel like it was the Murray Hill.
Murray Hill
it
sounds
was
right.
number 3.
Yeah. The Plaza, Hotel Gerard, Murray Hill. Yeah, Murray Hill's
Yeah.
3.
Yeah,
So
Murray
yeah.
Hill. Yep.
Cool. So yeah, you head back to Murray Hill. Everyone gets some sleep, perhaps. I don't know. Will.
Sure, it'd be nice.
It was me sleeping with a gun with
Yeah.
Robert.
Yeah. Yeah. Um.
Yeah.
Cool. Why doesn't everybody who needs to, except for Yang, sorry Yang, recover 1 HP?
Woo, I'm 1 away from half HP.
There you go. T is just doing calisthenics in the morning, just going for a jog, feeling great. Everyone
Half
else
to
is-
half.
You guys hear me scream when I get in the shower every morning?
Yeah. you have a major wound. You still have more HP than Robert. It's,
I
just-
know.
it's so odd. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. You're in a worse state, but somehow like more. Yeah. Just doing better.
Just my hardy constitution, you know.
Mm-hmm.
He
Mhm.
ain't compared to Robert, no.
Yeah. Yeah. Cool. Yeah. Next morning we are 20th. Somebody want to swap that date line over for me on the calendar? And where to? Where to? On this morning, as you guys step out of the hotel, and it is a stormy. It is like blizzarding outside.
D- we're not on a timeline, right? We could just like sleep today, all day, and not go out in this.
Honestly, it's for the state of a fair chunk of us, it might be a good idea to just rest.
Yeah. Although we are on a little bit of a timeline because of an execution date.
Oh yeah, I guess there is that. How long we got till that?
You don't know.
We can call in and ask.
How many days do we got?
Political
Until this
prison.
man is dead. We're tired and it's snowy.
We're trying to keep resistance, but it's blizzarding outside. Can we take a snow day? Can we delay this? Call the governor. Yeah.
I mean, we could brave to go have some tea. Yeah. That's
Does this hotel
at
have
my
a?
Greek place.
Yeah, the hotel's got a restaurant. Yeah, you could like go downstairs to. Yeah, you don't know his when his execution date is. You don't think it's like in the next like week. You don't think it's like a week away. She didn't give you that. Like if it was a week away, she probably would have said. So you maybe have like at least a week away.
We're all sitting there just drinking coffee and tea, going,
He's kidding.
yeah, if it was important, surely somebody would have told us.
She had said it was tomorrow. If it was tomorrow, yeah. So you don't know. You don't know. She didn't say, but like if it was immediate, she probably would have said that. Yeah. I won't set that precedent, but in this instance, yeah.
I mean, I guess we could go over what we've got right now. We're just resting for a day.
Yeah. Sketch out a plan.
I mean, yeah, I'll agree with that.
Hey, Fee, did you want to have a good look over the Sphinx?
Yes, please.
I suppose we won't do that here. Here at the hotel cafe table.
You guys
But,
could also order room service. You guys could just get room service up to like one of your rooms.
We could do that. Camp out in a room, lay things out.
It's your
Tell
call.
them bring us hot cocoa all day.
You've got because you've got articles and notes and things like that. Like if you wanted to just lay shit out on the floor, real memento, beautiful mind style, and then just have your drinks and everything. Yeah,
He can start ordering hot chocolates and rum.
yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, what is the incidence of lactose intolerance in Burma in the 1920s? I wonder. Let's find out. No.
I don't think it was terribly high, was it?
Yeah, I don't know. But yeah, okay. It's your guys' call though. You can, if you want to go, if you want to at least leave your hotel room to go down to the cafe, you can also do that. I was just giving you an alternate option. Either way works. It doesn't matter. You guys can do whatever you like. I shouldn't say it doesn't matter, but it's up to you. So more what I mean.
Dairy consumption in Burma during the 1920s was cow's milk was not widely consumed as part of the traditional diet for a majority of the
But what about water buffalo milk?
would that not still be considered dairy?
Well, it said cow's milk, so I didn't know if it was like cow's milk wasn't drank, but there's other
Yeah.
things that have milk.
Yak milk, yeah.
Studies
yak
indicate that lactose intolerance is common in Asia, with a high prevalence reported in Myanmar, which is Burma.
Yeah.
So
yeah, drink the hot chocolate and rum at your own risk.
it's gonna put you out just like it did Jinx.
It's just it's good bit. It's just...
I'll stick with tea.
Yeah.
Tea for tea.
Hopefully they have some good tea down there.
Sneeze. So, hold on. There it is. Okay. Yeah. What do you guys? What's the plan? You got all your clues and things laid out, talking about what you want to do. And I'll let you guys have at it. I'm just gonna record some notes as you're talking. Let me chime in as you're looking at things. But the floor is yours, literally, to lay stuff out on. And let me know if you want me to put things out on the board.
Well, I guess to start, we were advised to leave New York. Do we still want to go with that plan of maybe do one or two things and then head out somewhere else to take care of different investigation stuff?
Oh, I mean, if we could find a good lead on the whatever branch of the cult of the bloody tongue is here, then that could give us a strong lead as where to go next.
Yeah, I definitely think that cult, because, is directly responsible for Jackson's death. Probably our best lead.
Yeah.
Which we know Africa is where they reside for sure. We just need to figure out the connection. What's that?
It's specifically East Africa,
Mhm.
which, looking at the map, the Carlisle expedition was there. So like was in
Yeah.
East Africa. And like they head out
I
they headed out, they were in Cairo at one point, and then they headed inland from Nairobi.
Is this not
So
central? All this?
this part's eastern, like this part
Yeah.
here, over here,
Oh,
like
I always thought this
Abyssinia,
area was
Kenya,
central. Huh.
Anglo-Egyptian Sudan, like all that
Yeah.
stuff. That's technically considered eastern. Central is more like Nigeria,
It's up this
Cameroon.
way.
Yeah.
Ah, okay.
And then
Yeah.
western would be like the French Africa, Algeria, Morocco,
Yeah.
and
The way
south,
Africa is
obviously.
split up in its regions are so awkward, but
Yeah, a
there's a
little.
lot of history behind it.
You think of like sub-Saharan Africa as well versus like northern Africa with
Yeah,
Morocco, Algeria, Egypt. Yeah, you could a
Tripoli.
lot of different ways to split that. Yeah,
But
but yeah,
like
I think you got that
this
right.
is the area that
Egypt,
we're
Eastern Africa, yeah,
yeah.
particularly like that Ethiopia, Eritrea, in this case Abyssinia at the time,
hmm
Mhm.
Kenya, yeah,
Somalia's still there.
yeah,
Well,
Somalia. Yeah,
It's
and the
Italian
big one,
Somaliland, but
Egypt.
yeah,
Yep. Which they all are right next to each other, so
yeah. And
this
like they
area might
were
not be bad.
the Carlisle expedition was in Cairo, and then there was something mentioned about Nairobi. It was the handouts. I forget which one it was.
The big list of handouts that you're referencing.
The Nandi tribesmen, convicted ringleaders of the Carlisle expedition massacre. Uh, like the murderers hanged. Uh, is that where Erica went to Mombasa?
We never did take a schematic to an engineer, did we?
No,
Yeah.
Mombasa's in Kenya. Okay,
What about those
so yeah,
ports? The companies importing. Is that what you're referencing?
no. I was talking about the Carlisle expedition and Erica Carlisle specifically, because they were they went to Cairo and then they left from Cairo and then went to Mombasa and Nairobi and then set out from there. And then that's where the Carlisle expedition was murdered. And
Yeah.
then Erica showed up and then uh she went into Mombasa and Nairobi and then she found the spot where they were.
hmm
What was it?
Well,
They found the Lost Carlisle expedition, and then yeah, they blamed the Nandi tribesmen. They essentially uh they killed some tribesmen, and then it was all done very very quickly and all that. So like from May 24th to June 19th, they tried and convicted the Nandi tribesmen, and
mhm.
then uh executed them. And then Erica left. Did we have any idea of where she went after that? I,
you don't unless it says it in the articles. Give me an int check.
And yeah, sure.
Yeah,
Oops,
definitely
nope.
shoots odd.
There we go.
Convenient check.
Well, how about a 21? Does that work?
Nice. Excellent. I think you would know for sure because you spent time in New York. She returned to New York because she lives here and she runs pretty much the entire Carlisle business empire. So she's like regularly seen in New York. So you
Okay.
know because you've
Yeah.
like seen articles and things with her. So like she maybe left New York at one point, and then she's been back in New York. You've seen articles, you've seen things about like
Okay,
her being
so
out and doing stuff and parties. You even have a recollection of her of one article mentioning like her annual like charity ball for orphans for like Brooklyn orphans that's happening tonight, and you remember an article from the paper. Uh, you would maybe have to like run down and grab it to grab it if you wanted it, but like there was an article you feel like you saw this morning. Nah, you can probably get the all the rooms probably get the paper. You're like, I saw an article this morning, and then I'll grab that article for you. Give me 1 sec.
okay.
There's an article coming up. Give me a sec.
She's hosting a ball tonight for orphans and such. I saw that in an article this morning. We got with the paper.
Yeah. Well, that was a different. You saw that one before, and then you saw a different
Oh.
article this morning. Sorry.
Okay. Yeah.
Is this the right one? Uh-oh. This might not be the right article. I think this is a different article. This is probably a different article because I don't think. Oh, nope, this is it. Yeah. God, that's funky.
Okay.
Trying to mess with the.
We've got an eclipse coming up.
Mm-hmm.
Oh man, cults love things like eclipses, guys.
Yeah. Saturday night starts early with the moon starting to hide the sun around 8 a.m. With totality around 9:10. Stand still. Putting on parties. Aboard the Shady Side, chartered from a Black Star line by Miss Erica Carlisle.
How do we get on that?
I mean, it's the 24th. That's this Saturday. Right? Yeah. I mean, paying is usually one way to get on. Being friends is usually another one.
Well, I'm screwed on both those.
Well, I mean, we do two versions of wealth here. Could always see, like call and ask about the Shady Side. Call Black Star Line and see if there's a fee to get on board. Otherwise, we can go to a ball tonight.
Excuse me. Excuse me.
Yes.
I say as I hold up this Sphinx. There's something on the bottom of it,
Like,
Yes.
and I
Dirt?
will point out the hieroglyphics on the bottom of this thing.
Did,
oh,
did those mean anything to you?
Do I know what they mean? I do have language hieroglyphics.
Ew. Oh, okay. Yeah.
I mean,
I
it's
forgot you do.
low,
Yeah.
but
Yeah.
I
Well,
have
that's
a
right.
thing.
You took it in your like I want to say gap years, but you guys aren't like college
Yeah.
students. Yeah. Cool.
Yeah, I want to
Give
be
me your
all in on
language.
Egypt, Africa stuff.
Yeah, hell yeah. Give me your language hieroglyphics. I forgot about that.
Okay.
Which is frankly better. Give me your language hieroglyphics check. Oh, that's rough.
Well, never mind.
Yeah, never mind. I don't know what.
Which totally makes sense. It totally makes sense. You look at these and you're like, you can't translate these. You're super confused by them. I also don't know if these exist, but like you can't translate them. You're like, you know they're hieroglyphics. You know they're like ancient Egyptian hieroglyphics, but like you can't. You're like, fuck, I can't get these. But you recognize them. Yang, you know, because you've studied that thing for years. You don't need to make a check for it. There were never hieroglyphics in the bottom of that statue. They were not there like yesterday.
That, what hieroglyphic? There's no hieroglyphics on that thing. Did you just, were they just there? Did you do something?
I show him. They were there, and I show him where they are.
I like grab it and run my fingers down them.
Mm-hmm.
Also, I can't translate these hieroglyphics. Maybe I could cross-reference them with a book.
Yeah, you probably
Maybe.
find a book and cross reference them. Yeah.
Where can
So
we get
if you want me to figure out what these actually are, I can try that whenever.
I think that's huge. Because these things weren't here, and now I'm so confused. Was somebody in here? Did somebody carve these? And I'm looking at them real close. I'm like blowing in them.
Mhm.
Do these look like? Does it look like? Cause are these chiseled into it?
It feels like an archaeology check, maybe, or if you have like science, geology, natural world. I think any of those three I'd take. Natural world. What's natural world? Like knowing about the natural world, state of animal, plant, animal. Maybe not natural world. I don't know.
I am.
That's biology, botany, and zoology. So that's more living stuff. So it's probably archaeology or spot hidden. I'll take a spot hidden. Why not? If that's yeah.
The Sphinx's riddle is like a well-known Egyptian thing, right? The Sphinx asks you a riddle, and if you answer it, you get. You don't know what you get, but it's something better than like dying or whatever, right?
Uh-huh.
Okay.
Yeah,
So
you're
she
looking for
will.
like tool marks. Yeah, and you don't see any tool marks or anything like that. It just looks like these things. Maybe it was etched. Maybe it was like chemically etched, but you don't see any other like wear marks around it. So it would have to been done very carefully. But this thing never left your pocket, right? Or like never left your person. Maybe
Yeah.
it did. Maybe it was in your bag. But like, there's no tool marks. There's no like. It's perfectly smooth the whole way around. You get like really close to it with your hard success. There's no tool marks anywhere on it.
I mean, Sphinxes always have their riddles.
Yeah. Well,
Maybe you solved something that made the hieroglyphics appear. There have been crazier things happening.
I mean, we did have to, and I pull out the sheet of paper. We did have to show our, what was it, devotion to it?
That probably did it. I would assume, just based off the random stuff I know, that could have been it.
Yeah. Remember when you made an oath to it, and you
Yeah, I
don't
had to
think
make a
anything
vow.
happened? I think that vow did something.
Oh.
Do you remember what the vow was?
Didn't I vow to uncover Jackson's murder?
Yeah.
Yeah,
That sounds like something you would say.
maybe it reacted to that.
Yeah.
Well, now we got to succeed. We also got to get you a resource thief. Where would we go for a hieroglyphic resource?
A library?
Natural History Museum.
Yeah, or even like a university
Or
library
even-
would probably
yeah.
have more stuff.
I mean, the New York Library, even.
Yeah. And I mean, you've like devoted yourself to this thing now by making an oath. You could have empowered it with prayer because that's, that's how deities and stuff work. I don't know if, a sphinx
Uh-oh.
is the same, but it could be like close enough that you did this and now things are happening.
Yeah, deities. Okay, yeah. Anyway, so we need to figure out what this says. Also, if we're going to this ball tonight, I think we need clothes. I don't think any of us are ball ready.
Yeah, I know.
Did we want to go out in this blizzard?
I mean, we could go out if we got to go out anyway. What's the nearest university to us that's of a decent size?
New York?
It's a good question. I gotta move the thing there. New York University is 20. That's not too far. Yeah, probably NYU. Oh,
'Cause that's where
M1.
that's where that
one is.
lecture was being held earlier that we missed out on.
Well, maybe we run out and get somebody, see if we can get somebody to do a rush job on some tailoring some clothes for us.
Oh yeah, like finding clothes that we like and they just like put in a seam or whatever to quick tailor.
Yeah. And then while they're taking care of that, we could go head over to the university and see if we could get a hold of a resource that would help you.
Sure.
Now, if I've made an oath to this thing and it's doing crazy magic stuff, I kind of want to know what's going on.
Yeah, and we'll see if it talks in riddles or actually gives an answer. I'm leaning more toward riddles.
Yeah, probably riddles.
I do have a minor point of concern about getting tailored clothing.
If
They have to take neck measurements, right?
yeah,
Oh, yeah.
if you don't
Well-
want to, I also don't like going to balls and stuff, so I'm happy to sit out, although I understand that I'm also the one that's
So
usually paying for everything.
Yeah, you're the rich one here. You're the one that makes sense to be there.
I know.
Well, I'm not staying in this hotel by myself. Last time I went to sleep in a hotel by myself, well,
Yeah, I don't want to leave you alone in the hotel either.
I mean, I'm sure we can find something for you, Robert. I mean, if this is going to be a ball, you can dress slightly extravagantly to where weird outfits wouldn't be too out of place.
oh, what kind of ball is this?
I think it's still a matter of him getting something that fits him right, though.
Yeah.
What kind of ball is this? That is a very good question. If it's masquerade, that's even better.
Oh, I got an idea. I got an idea.
Yeah.
Let's call front desk and see if they've got any bandages, and we'll just wrap your neck in bandages and just say you had an injury. Then they can measure over the bandages.
I call the front desk immediately as he says that, and I will ask for bandages.
Well,
Yeah, they'll send you up
speaking-
some bandages.
Speaking of
I get the
bandages,
bandages.
probably
Here you go.
yeah, it's probably a good idea anyway. Because I take off or open up my shirt and you can see the clear sword marks in my chest. I think it'll be
Oh.
pretty believable.
Mm-hmm.
E.
Yeah.
Whew,
That's why I was
those
like,
look
if
kind of
if
like
he
mine.
wants to sit this one out, uh, Yang, you might also like. I know
I
you don't
mean,
want to, but
if you and B want to take it on your own, I guess it's easier to get 2 in than to get 3 or 4 in. Then we
mm-hmm.
could just chill.
Well,
But I
hopefully
think
not. Hopefully it's
if we
warm in
do
this
want to
room.
go, I think bandaging Robert's neck is a safe enough way to go about it.
Or we can just have the bandages here for backup in case we get
Yeah.
injured again. Which will likely happen.
Well, thanks. Let's think good thoughts, please.
I'm just saying, with all the stuff that's been going on, we are probably gonna get attacked again. So it's nice to have some backup bandages, okay?
Yeah, Destiny sucks
rather-
sometimes.
I'd rather not get
Yeah.
attacked again.
Yeah.
I mean, I wouldn't either, but you know.
Hopefully, if we were being tailed, they saw us leave on the train, and they don't think we're coming back.
So, 2 go, you 2 go, we stay, or all 4 go? You think it's easier for you, Shazad, if it's just the 2? You and your beautiful lady?
I do believe that would be easier. Yes.
For sure.
Well, let's stop and get you guys fitted for clothes then, and then head on to the university. If Thee can get a good start on these hieroglyphics, maybe that gives me and Robert something to do while you guys are living it up at the party.
Yeah, that's a perfect idea.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so um, go to the university, try to find somebody to translate the hieroglyphics while the and Shazad are getting fitted.
Yeah,
Is
or
that
at
right?
least find a resource so that Thee can translate the hieroglyphics
Okay. Yeah.
when she's
Okay.
down with them. Yeah.
Hit up the library. Yeah, and sounds good. I think that we can do that. I think we can do that. Yes. Shazad? Will
Will I?
will you?
Will I?
Will you give me
I will.
a credit rating roll?
A credit rating roll.
Mm-hmm.
You got this.
89.
Okay.
Oh no.
The
I don't know. Am I allowed to use luck on that at all? I don't think I. Yes,
yeah,
I
you can
can.
you can spend luck. Yeah. So basically what happens, you can spend luck or you can try to push it if you really want to. Sorry to like go back and forth right on top of my mic there. You get to the tailors, like the clothing store. Most of the other stores are closed because of the blizzard. So you get to this like small tailor's place, and he's like closed. He's like, it's blizzard. I'm closed. I could maybe give you like something just like a rental off the rack. Like, what's your size? We could just like fit you something kind of basic, and you know that like it's gonna be.
It's gonna be weird for me because I'm very tall and lanky.
Yeah, you're well outside the like normal proportions of like people of the era, and also if this is an extremely like even beyond your status, like a very very wealthy person's like ball or gala, like
Mm-hmm.
and you show up in like a rented tux, it's going to be kind of obvious to people there. So it's like you could try it and still hope that like you're just your natural charm that you pull it off, but like and for both of you like Thee's gonna wear like a rented dress and you're wearing a rented tux, you just show up in like some rented clothes, they're gonna spot you from a mile away as like people that just don't belong or people that stand out. And it's like, yeah, you got clothes, but it doesn't work.
Yeah.
But
Like,
or you could try to push it. You can spend some luck. It's your call.
yeah. Because of my size, I feel like I would have a set of good clothes, but I don't think they
Mm-hmm.
would be good enough for a ball or a gala.
Mm-hmm.
And especially that expensive, I don't know.
19 points of luck too. That's a lot of luck.
Yeah, that well, I
mean,
definitely have it.
70% though. Like, what happens if he pushes it? Like, what's the worst case scenario there? The guy's just like, get the fuck out of my place.
Guy closes shop. Yeah, the guy just doesn't let you in, and yeah,
So
and you,
basically, you're closing off your chance of getting the rented tuxes,
Mhm.
but I don't think we want those anyway. I say push it.
Okay, I'll
yeah.
push
Question
it.
is how are you going to push it? And what are you doing to convince this guy that like rented tux is not going to work? It's not going to work.
Paper tongs.
I could do that a little bit. I would just kind of like be like, I don't know. Could I have brought one of my outfits with me and have him like tailor it just a little bit more to fit a little better? And that could be my push. And I'll pay him for the tailoring, but like I already have it, and like because of my size, I know it's nothing on the shelf will fit me usually.
Sure. Yeah, I'll take that.
Okay.
Go for it. Give me that second. Give me that second. Yeah.
71.
Ooh.
No.
Oh,
He's like, he's he's like, you want me to open my shop and then not even purchase something? Ugh, get out of here. Get out of here. And you're stuck wearing something like kind of basic, something from you know Uzbekistan, something probably like I feel like now I gotta say something traditional, something like something traditional like Uzbekistani like wear, like formal, but definitely like stands out. Um, and Thea is kind of is has got no fancy dress to wear, so that's a problem you still have to solve.
Well, darn.
Well, you tried.
There's
Is there?
maybe still a dress store or something like that open. Maybe
Yeah.
still like a, yeah,
Let's look for a dress shop.
yeah. A women's clothing shop open, but we know Shazad is wearing some like.
I mean,
Gosh,
maybe
yeah.
that's what we can do. Like, since I'm going in my traditional garb, you can go in your traditional garb, and that could be like how we go.
I'm pretty sure Burmese traditional garb, like, I would freeze my tuchus off.
yeah.
Because I know a lot
Hey,
of, like, Middle Eastern countries like that, it's all, like, flowy. I don't know about that.
Yeah, well, so
this
am
is
I.
fantastic. I put in Uzbekistan formal wear. The shit's
Yeah.
like all gilded with silver and gold and stuff like that. And you've got the turban and
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, Uzbekistan is still part of a desert, so like
Yeah. Yeah.
Let's see what we find at the dress shop, I say, as
Okay.
we walk to a dress shop.
All right.
Cool. Yeah. And you get there. You give me another credit rating roll. Look at that CR.
Third time's a
Oh
charm.
my gosh.
Oh no!
what the hell?
What the hell?
I'm not allowed.
Maybe I
apparently.
should have done it. My credit's
Yeah.
60.
Oh, yeah.
Ugh.
Yeah.
Jeez.
We push him out of the way. Do you want to try? Do you want to give it a go?
Me?
Yeah, if you want to. You can go
Sure,
in.
why not?
Yeah.
I'll roll. Maybe it'll.
Get out of here.
Hopefully, it'll be better.
Yeah. You're like, come on, dude. Get out of here.
Apparently, money talks,
Got
except for
this.
me.
Oh, my goodness.
What?
Oh,
No luck.
No.
All right,
Damn
this
it!
is
Money
your,
doesn't talk, apparently. What the fuck?
this is your last chance. You can spend 24 luck or you can push it. This is your last chance to get a dress, or you're wearing your like spy suit. Or you're just going as a lady in a suit to a gala,
I don't want to.
or push it.
Yeah, what's the
And
worst thing
Let
that
me
how you push
see.
Or it's just
I'll
Shazad going alone with you guys all outside, peeking in through the windows.
I'll spin the luck to succeed. I have over 30. I can build it back up again. It's fine.
Okay. Okay.
Man, that's all.
All
I
right.
want a dress. Dang it.
Yeah. She gets a fancy dress. Like rush.
And
It's a rush job. Yeah. Because they're like they're
Yes.
doing it like there. Yeah. Because you got to get there.
I
this evening.
apologize profusely for, last minute, whatever.
No. Yeah. It's what your 24 luck gets you is they're doing it on the day of. Yeah. Whew, yeah. While this is happening, Yang and Robert, will one of you give me a library use roll? Because I assume you're using the university library, or are you looking for like a contact to do it for you?
I'm right now just using the university library.
Yeah. One of you give me a library use roll. It's up to you.
I have a
Or I
58.
guess one of you can roll to assist first.
I have a 58.
Hang on just a second, guys.
Ooh,
And
good
that also
Wow.
changes our low luck to 13.
So you said you had 58 and I got 60. Have you succeeded on the library use yet? Do you have a check mark on it? Which I guess if we're both assisting, you get to roll anyway.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, you technically have the 2 points higher, so probably go with you doing it, and I just try to assist.
Okay.
I'm not super worried about. I just want to pass the check more than anything.
Yep, there you go.
Ooh.
Solid dog.
Oh, on the die.
All right. So yeah. So he just goes and starts just getting like books on hieroglyphics and just starts like dropping them down for you to like start looking through to see if any of these is like a, hieroglyphics to English basic translation book, and then give me in the second one to see if any of these will help you.
And is this with a bonus die since he was
Yeah.
that?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. 250.
There's a 50. We're rolling
Yeah.
for 50.
Cool. Yeah, you get a book that will like just translate the like one for the basic things like that. It's not gonna like if you were gonna hold them up to like a whole wall of hieroglyphics, it would take you days. But for something like this, you could maybe do a little bit quicker. Yeah. So while they're hanging out at the party, you could go through this and probably translate these. It is 3, 6, 7, 10, 12. There's like 12 hieroglyphics on this thing. You could probably do that in like an hour or two, maybe an hour and a half. Yeah, with this book. Cool. Give me one sec. I'll be right back, and we will figure out how you're going to get into the party and what these hieroglyphics mean. Which I think you guys can do that together because it's like she's getting fitted. Well, I guess it takes a while to get the books, so we'll figure that out. I'll be right back.
Okay. I'm gonna step away for a few minutes, guys. I gotta do something. I'll be back.
Okay.
Guess I'll make myself a drink.
Yep. Is it bad that I'm getting real life nervous at the thought of going to a ball?
No, I don't think so.
Like I'm like getting like real life like I really do not want to be here. Like Even though it's just a game, like I'm like I don't know what to do. I have no I have no context for this. There is nothing.
I will say going into a ball blind is a little crazy because you really want to be on theme for a ball.
Mm-hmm. I mean, it's for orphans. Like, are we all dressed up like Orphan Annie?
I'm assuming it's just a rich people gathering type of situation.
Yeah. That's kind of what I'm expecting too, but also like it's also like a you go in, you make a certain donation, and then like you kind of have access to the ball type thing. Like everybody who goes there has to donate something to be there.
Presumably.
Welcome back. You're still muted. Yeah.
Yeah, I was opening something real quick.
Uh, Josh had to step away for a minute too. Do you take your headset off when you walk away? Oh, you're
Yeah, it's
wired.
wired.
Okay.
Yeah.
I have fun because I'm wireless, so I can literally just walk anywhere in the house and still hear you guys, still talk to you guys. I can't tell you how many times I've actually talked to you guys in like the kitchen.
Yeah. That. Yeah. Yeah, that'd be nice. Just think about that at some point. Um, how? Or I guess what's your plan to get to this gala?
It's a very good question.
Yeah, because the eclipse
Well,
party is on a boat, but this one for the orphans that's tonight. I guess you would have seen the article. It would have mentioned that it's at her estate. It's at the Carlisle estate,
okay.
so you know where it is. Yeah, you know where it
Maybe we
is.
could have like Yang or Robert as our like chauffeur, and they drop me off in
Mhm.
either my car or a different car. What do you say, Fish Boy? Sound like a good idea?
Don't call me fish boy. Sure. A little bit of a sensitive topic.
I don't know. How's your driving?
Basic. The 20
Basic?
standard.
Okay. Well, I mean,
I
mine's
assume
also
20 is
20.
standard. So yeah, I can drive as well as you can.
Okay.
I'm curious how it'll work through this blizzard, but
Yang is just hiding in the trunk, or he's like a footman.
Yeah, he's not back yet, so
Yeah.
we could just be two people dropping off our friends at the ball and then driving back where we're staying. So
Gotta say, I didn't expect us to go to the charity gala at the Carlisle Estate. That's
well,
pretty
hey,
sweet. Pretty
we don't
sweet,
know.
guys. Pretty sweet. I mean, I might not get. Yeah, we don't know if we're gonna get in, but
Yeah,
yeah, we
We're
have no idea
going.
yet.
we're giving it a shot. We're giving it a shot. This could be fun. Gonna have some fun. Gonna go to a party. Who doesn't love a party?
Me,
You, Alex, or you, Shazad?
me, Alex. I said after you stepped away that I'm like getting like actual real life nervous about this because I
Yeah.
have no context for like a gala or a ball at all, and I'm just
Nope.
like I know only what I have seen in like movies or read about and stuff, and it's
Yeah.
like
No, we're on the same page then. We're good.
yeah, so like
That's what
I
I'm
got
going on.
nothing for this.
You seen the commercial for The Great Gatsby? That's what I'm picturing.
And that's also why I was like, I don't know, traditional garb might work because
Yeah.
some
It's the
rich
20s.
people
They're
might
into weird shit.
yeah, like I mean flapper dresses and like what full tuxes
Mm-hmm.
like
Well, I'm curious. Let's see.
Yeah, it's okay. There we go. I was looking for it. It was in my notes. So yeah, it's a half an hour north of New York City. So yeah, you can get there. You can drive them up north and get back down to like meet up back with Yang to go through the book and translate the statue if we want to do that. That sounds good. I did put it in my notes. That's a pat on the back for me. So yeah, we got old sharp tooth Gilboy. Driving the car.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's in Westchester County. The Westchester County estate is half an hour north of New York City on the Hudson River. Ooh, motoring investigators catch an ominous glimpse of Sing Sing Prison not too far away. As you're driving up north. The estate is located on the east bank of Swan Lake, near the town of Pocatinco Hills. and has acres of wooded grounds. It consists of an elegant 3-story mansion and 5 acres of superb grounds, all guarded by a 12-foot-high wrought iron fence anchored with brick and concrete pillars surrounding the property on 3 sides, projecting a yard or so over the lake as well. It's set back from the lake. Was that Josh getting back?
No, sorry. I
Oh, it
said,
was you.
well, 12-foot gates that's pretty fucking tall.
Yeah, they are. Yeah, and like, yeah, wrought iron. I imagine they've got that like pointy little spear top, like fancy,
Yeah.
but like little spear top point. Um, it's set back about 200 yards from the lake. There's a paved terrace facing it for the view. The grounds descend in 3 terrace levels of manicured lawns before wide steps lead down the steep embankment to the lake's edge and a large pier. You can kind of see that as you're like wrapping around, approaching the mansion. The lakeside fence line bisects the steps so as to be out of sight of the house. On the right, that's on the inside. On the right, no, that's on the right side of the house. There's a large hedge maze because there's a wizard there, and on the left side are vegetable gardens and a greenhouse. Greenhouses, carriage house now converted for 6 automobiles and their servicing, with servants' quarters upstairs. Beyond the gardens and maze on either side are narrow woodlands, about 50 yards or so, that hide the fences. An artificial hill at the front of the property isolates the mansion from the road and fence line. Guests arriving would drive over this to the impressive sight of the large French gardens, complete. I don't know what that is. French gardens complete with a series of fountain pools, topiary bushes, and spring flower beds. Although it's like all blizzardy and snowy. Oh man, yeah. The wide bitumen, is that like a type of rock? Bitumen Drive sweeps up to the house, widening further to accommodate the vehicles for any number of guests. The house exterior is arches and columns of. Sorry, go ahead.
Or did you say bitumen?
Yeah,
B-I-T-N?
Bitumen.
Okay, that's asphalt.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Thank you.
I was like, bitumen. What are we talking about here?
Bitumen Drive. Bitumen Drive. Yeah. Okay. So the asphalt drive. Yeah. There we go. Yeah. The house exterior is all arches and columns of concrete painted to look like marble. So gauche. So new money. Although they're. You guys don't know. You guys don't know how old the Carlisle money is. It could be new. Could be old. The exterior, with brickwork and walls and tall windows. The opulence of the interior and the height of the ceilings is intentionally intimidating. And a number of ancestral portraits look down from the upper Great Hall. Yeah, there you go. You guys pull up. There is a man with like a clipboard, and then an armed guard standing next to him.
Armored knight.
There's a guy in full plate standing next to the man with the clipboard. Just,
Whoa, who goes
the
there?
boss would. Yeah. There's an armed guard standing next to the guy with the clipboard as you get out, and yeah, he stands there. And it's just like, your name?
Shazad
You
Genyev.
hear music.
And I am Fee Noe Dunlap.
I don't see you on the guest list here. Did you have tickets? He looks at you, like, questioningly.
This is where I'm immediately out of my element.
Uh,
Yeah.
hmm.
We weren't given tickets, but we were prepared to make a large donation if it was necessary.
Will you give me a credit rating roll, sir?
Yeah, let's see if
Can't
it works
fail
out this
4
time.
weeks in a row,
can do it.
surely.
Surely not.
There you
Fuck
go.
yeah.
Hard success.
Ah,
He goes, oh, of course. Yes, a large donation. The night of. Yes, yes, yes. Indeed, indeed. And he starts writing down your names. Well, if you wouldn't mind, so the price per plate is $150, and your donation on top of that would be, I'm sure, most appreciated by the, well, ever so struggling orphans of Brooklyn, as struggling as they ever are.
Yes. I will. I could cover the plates in
Yeah.
cash, but I don't have.
Well, you're writing a check for that.
Yeah.
You're pulling out the checkbook, man.
Yeah, so the question is how much do I give?
A good question. Yeah. Yeah. So yeah, $300 if you're covering for Tia as well.
I figure she
Plus
can
your
pay me
donation.
back if
Yeah.
if she wants to.
Of course, I would pay her. I would pay him back. Of course.
She says with her fingers crossed.
Bring a lady on a date and asking her to pay you back in the freaking 1920s. You are not getting a second date, sir.
Was that my end goal the entire time? Is this why I'm still single?
hey, sometimes the goal for some people isn't a second date.
I don't know what would be a nice donation in 1920s.
$3,000.
That sounds good.
$3,000? That's
Yeah,
a big donation for sure.
Well, I mean, I did say a large donation, so like just
yeah, that's large.
yeah, multiply the fee by 10 and donate that. I mean,
$3,000. Let's see what that is in modern time.
It's just meant to do that. Yeah.
That's like infinity money now.
That's yeah. That's yeah. Oh yeah.
Okay, yeah, $48,000.
48,000.
That's a semester of university.
Yeah, so
that's like that's rich people. That's rich people
That's-
money. Yeah.
okay,
Yeah.
yeah. So then I will do $3,000. I was
Okay.
first thinking 500. No, that seems a little too low. Maybe 1,000, and then I'm like, I think
If
1,000
you
might
walk
even
up,
be a little too
if you
low.
walk up and drop $3,000, you're like just at the door. You're making a statement for sure.
Yeah.
You're gonna have to draw. You have to remove 3,000 from your assets personally, but
Yes.
but that's okay. Yeah. So, yeah, you
Walking
can do
up
that.
in the Uzbekistani formal wear,
Yeah.
dropping $3,000, looking like some sort of oil baron.
Yep.
Yeah, that's
I mean,
that's some
hey,
shit right there.
I'm
I like
living up
it.
to the Middle East standard.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Whew.
Oh.
All right.
Yep. All right. Well,
Awesome. Yeah, he goes, yes, right this way, sir, right this way. Yes, and have a lovely evening, sir. So yes. Would you like to park your car in the garage, or will your driver be returning later?
the driver will be returning later.
Excellent, sir. Yes. And may you and your lady have a lovely evening. He bows. My God, $3,000. Can you imagine? He turns to
For
the
charity.
the guard's
It's for
like,
charity. It's for charity.
Yeah. The girl's like, I mean, it's just $3,000. You guys got $3,000. Not $3,000. I don't know.
It's not allowing me to change. Oh, there we go. Assets 32,000.
I just gotta go boxing. And,
It's not allowing me to change my assets.
oh, I got you.
Yeah, it like I yeah, did the unlock thing, did the
Oh yeah, weird.
little
How much
gearbox.
assets
Oh, there you go.
do you have that now that I just threw a random
I
number of $3,000 out there?
I have yeah, see it just went back to 35,000.
That's weird. Yeah, because this is 30.
Yeah, it like no
Yeah.
matter what you do, it just keeps saying 35,000. So I guess
Hmm,
my
yeah.
investments can come right back up to 35,000 after a little while. So
Yeah, it's not. Yeah, I don't know. We'll
yeah,
figure it
so
out.
like
Yeah, we'll work on it.
I
I just deleted the
guess
minus 3,000, but
Your
yeah,
35,000 grows. My 1,500 doesn't.
yeah, I'll put that minus 3,000 back. I'll figure it out in between sessions at some point.
yeah, that's why it was just like I just put minus 3,000 and 3,000 spent. So
Yeah,
eventually I can make some of that back. Maybe Jackson's estate can make a little bit of that donation for me.
yeah, yeah,
Maybe.
yeah, maybe.
I certainly trust
Yeah.
all of that 3,000 will go
What?
to children.
Can there be a money talks skill that I used there? Holy
Yeah.
cow.
Oh,
Ooh.
so does he get to roll on his credit rating and advancement now?
He does not, unfortunately.
Oh no.
Yeah.
Oh come
If
on, that'd be
only.
great.
It would be nice. It would
I
be
go
nice.
from
but
70 to
no.
75.
Gotta spend
75.
money to make
Yeah, there
money,
we go.
damn it.
He gets to roll negatively because he just lost a bunch of money.
I go from 70 to 65.
Yeah.
Uh,
So no, you guys walk in, and it is, yeah, it's very fancy. It's a black tie affair. There's like a band playing. There are people all over this like main entrance hall, this like main area. Nobody's like dancing or anything like that, but people are having drinks and eating and just looking around. You would guess that these are city officials. These are the socialites, the wealthiest people in New York City and the surrounding sort of states, and they're all there. Yeah. What are y'all doing?
first, finding a drink to calm my nerves a little bit.
Yeah.
Then just kind
I will do the same because that was very nerve wracking.
of yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Then just kind of
Yeah.
walking around, maybe introducing myself to a couple people and just making small talk.
Yeah.
And I will keep my eyes peeled for any weirdness as I do.
Okay. Sure thing. Give me a Shazad. Will you give me a charm, and Thea, will you give me a spot hidden?
Yes! Yay! I
Nice.
finally
Yeah,
passed the
Shazad,
charm.
You're making it good. You're making it good. Going around, glad handed, and
Ooh. D, just barely.
Exactly what I
barely.
needed.
Yeah.
Heck yeah.
Woohoo!
Woo! We're doing good now.
Nobody
Finally making my
seems
skill checks.
particularly weird or anything like that. There's there's just people partying or not, socializing and having a good time. And you're there maybe going around for 10 or 15 minutes, and after a little while, a man comes up to Shazad and he goes, "Excuse me, are you Mr. I believe Ganyev? Is that how you pronounce it?"
Genevieve, yes.
Yes, I'm Bradley Gray. I represent Miss Carlisle. Pleasure to meet you. He reaches out to shake your hand.
Pleasure.
And this is Miss Nue Dunlap or Mrs. I wasn't sure if you two were
Mrs.
a couple.
We are
This is him.
we're it's difficult to explain.
Yes, I see, and you can see on his face, he instantly thinks the two of you are having an affair.
I'm having an affair, yeah. But
yeah.
that's the easiest way to explain that he's not my husband, and
It's like, yes.
we're doing like a state. I'll just let him
Yeah.
believe what he wants to believe.
Yeah, he's like, yes, of course.
Yes.
Well, I just wanted to thank you personally from Miss Carlyle that for your generous donation. It was and the night of, no less. It was quite something, and I think is going to make this year's charity, this year's gala, the most successful yet. And thank you again. We hope you enjoy your evening. He shakes both of your hands again and gives you both a you kids look, and
Of course he does.
you crazy kids, and then goes to walk off.
We need to talk
Huh.
about that.
Yeah, I didn't know how else to explain. Let them think I'm having an affair. I don't care.
And we will cut back to the, I think, hotel room as Robert's walking back in, shaking the snow off of him. Yang, or were you gonna say something?
I was just gonna say we're back there having our pizza party.
Yeah, basically. Yeah, he's walking in with a box with a pizza, shaking the snow, dropping the snow off the pizza because it's just blistering. There's a stack of snow higher than the pizza box, and the pizza's cold. But yeah,
Like, oh, you bought 3 pizzas? No, just the one. Move it. Just all the snow slides.
You guys sit down, set to work, and so your plan, I guess, is to just like translate these hieroglyphics, or anything else you're trying to do while you're in the hotel room.
I mean, if that at this point, Yang, that's his mission. But until he figures that out, he's not thinking about what's next.
Yeah. I will say,
Okay.
you said it'll take like maybe an hour to interpret these.
Yeah.
So I guess it won't take too long. I don't know about y'all, but when I had to translate English to ancient Greek, that shit took me forever. I could not imagine hieroglyphics.
Yeah.
Hey, you guys found hieroglyphics to Latin and then Latin to English dictionary.
Yeah.
There you go.
I'm curious how the translations go, but yeah.
We got hieroglyphics for dummies.
That's a shoulder.
Yeah. 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 You'll see why it's so brief. Or why it doesn't take too long, and why it would take a lot longer in a different context.
I see.
Yeah. But yeah, so whoever's doing the translation, I guess, give me a library use roll. I feel like that's just the role that makes the most sense for like this like one-to-one translation. And this is just to like see if it is an hour and a half versus like 3 hours of work. It's not like if you fail, you don't do it.
Yep.
And just don't forget about the two of us at the ball.
Yeah.
Get too engrossed in your work and forget
Go
to come
sleep
pick us
there.
up.
You never gave us a pickup time, did you?
Nope.
Well, we will just go when we think a ball is supposed to end.
When do you think we're done having a ball of a time?
Yeah.
Something like that.
So yeah, you start translating it, and as you're working, you're pretty sure that they're all numbers, and you start working away. And yeah, you're like looking at them, and you're like, yeah, that looks like a what? And you're like, yeah, these are all numbers. And it's gonna take you a little bit to figure out what all the numbers are, but it's definitely just a series of numbers. Now I'll give you those numbers when we come back. But is there anything else you Robert needs to do, or you want to do while you're working or talking?
Um, no, I think I'd also just be kind of locked in on translations.
Okay. Yeah. Get back to the gala. What's going on over here?
I mean, kind of looking for uh Miss Carlisle, but like not being overtly like being like, where is she? I was hoping to catch her. Like just being like still mingling, talking with people, just like introducing myself and stuff. So
Yeah. Yeah.
just general
No, definitely.
socializing, which is something I don't do.
Yeah. Schmoozing.
Scary.
How about T? What are you doing? T, what are you doing?
So I am assuming that there are, little gaggles of women here because we're all in our finery looking pretty. I'm gonna, since women gossip like nobody's business, because that's what we do, especially in the 20s, I'm gonna like kind of float around the female groups and figure out what all the rumors and scuttlebutt are in high society because they're talking about them. They always do that at the fancy parties. They're like, "Oh, did you hear so and so is sleeping with so and so or whatever?"
Man, women be gossiping,
Hey,
Gosh.
I gossip all the time. I am proof.
Me too.
I just thought about it.
Yeah.
I could also be regaling a little bit of my story from Peru.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, see? Schmooze and smooze.
So
That's
yeah,
what you do.
I could always do that a little bit too.
Yeah. Shazad, will you give me a spot hidden? And will you give me a Oh, I feel like a charm. I'm feeling like a charm feels good right now.
Or listen.
Is that?
Listen.
Listen could work. I mean, I'm not
Oh,
talking,
yeah.
I'm just
Yeah,
listening to
she's just
conversations.
kind of listening in on conversations. So like,
Oh,
she could
are
just be.
you just listening? Yeah, that works.
Oh,
I'll take a
yeah.
listen. Yeah.
Okay.
I'll take a listen. You're just kind of dropping in, sort of sitting in
Yeah.
the back of the group and just listening. Yeah. Yeah, Shazad, you spot because you watch kind of Bradley Gray. You watch her lawyer as he kind of like comes over, shake your hand, and you watch him as he kind of like scuttles back to somebody, and you see he goes back to this woman and kind of just like latches to her side as she goes around, and she's just like shaking hands and like pleasantly talking and smiling and like listening, and she's just going from person to person. But she's got Bradley Gray at her side, and then she's also got this huge dude.
Lots of green eyes.
He's not dirty and bloody like that.
Oh, lots of green eyes.
He also have green eyes. He's not dirty and bloody like that. He's clean. He's like dressed up, but he's like big, and his nose looks like it's been broken. It doesn't look like it in the picture, but like his nose looks like it's probably been broken a few times. He's got definitely like the build and set of a bodyguard, and he's just like standing right behind her, just.
Can I look him in the eye, or can he look me in the eye?
Yeah, if you like position yourself, you'll catch his eye, and he'll just kind of like stare at you.
I'm asking like, is he like tall like me? Like, can we
good
look
question.
each other in the eye? Like, is that the kind
Yeah.
of stature he has? Okay.
Good question.
Because I have a size of 85, and I'm supposed to be above 6'5", I believe.
He has a size of 80, so yeah, he's like just about your size. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
6'4" is what I'm at.
Yeah, so he's like maybe 6'4", or like maybe we'll say he's like 6'2", but like big.
Okay. Where I'm lanky,
Yeah.
he's built more.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
And like muscular rather than like just carrying a lot of extra weight. And yeah.
Well, if I if I catch T as she's coming back around, I would be like, I do believe I have found Miss Carlyle. She's standing over there with the large gentleman behind her, and uh the lawyer or the attorney. So
Oh. I like glance that way to see her, and then I will turn back. She's very lovely.
she
And
is.
T, as you get back, you've kind of been dropping in, listening to Scuttlebutt, stuff like that, and a lot of the like talk, because she's it's her gala, and she's kind of but people are kind of gossiping a little bit, and it's just a lot of it is like, oh my gosh, Erica, she's always working. She is, you know, uh, not necessarily captain of industry or like that, but she's always working. She always has a party or a gala. Or she's always throwing something, some sort of shindig, just to like get other business people. Um, yeah, yeah. He does kind of have a ball look, doesn't he? That'd be a
So
good
this
casting
is a
actually for.
Gatsby thing.
It very
Like
much
you
is a
say that, I was
Gatsby.
like, oh yeah, Gatsby.
It is a Gatsby thing, but she's not. She isn't like. She doesn't have the air of somebody who's there to party. She has the air of like somebody who's there to
network.
network. Yeah, she's just going around just very seriously talking to people. She's clearly really good at like the social like networking part of it. Like she's like smiling and but every time like if you're like as Shazad's watching her, like she just like she'll turn and you see it all just like drop, and then she goes on to the next conversation. She's like, "Hi,
It's
how are you doing?"
robotic. It's not.
Yeah, and she's just like
Oh.
she's just doing what she has to do to just keep things going, and like all these people are talking about like, gosh, she's always working, she's always doing this. It's like, yeah, well, the Carlyles, the Carlisle industry, she's all the Carlisle, she's the only heir to the Carlisle throne now. It's all hers, and they have so many different businesses, and she's running them all, and she's the only one left, and man, I mean, just it's tough to keep everything going, but she's doing it, and yeah, well, it couldn't have been left to Roger. Of course, of course, it had to be Erica to run everything, and blah blah blah. And they're just kind of like talking about her, and it's like a mixture of like somewhat reverence, but then there's that like a little bit of the like everything's kind of a slight backhanded compliment where it's like she's not fun, she's kind of cold, she's not fake, but maybe robotic is a good way to put it. Like she's just she's kind of bland. Yeah.
Okay.
Interesting. And I will let Shazad know all the stuff I found out.
She's being very polite and formal, but she's also just kind of here for business, it looks like. So.
Yeah.
You see her as she like goes and oh, sorry, go ahead.
I was gonna say this might be a way for us to get to like talk to her about maybe some business, but also I don't know. This might be a way in to talk to her about the Carlisle expedition and what she found.
Maybe.
But I'm not really on the business side of things right now, so
I
don't
mean,
know how we would do that.
I'm not really a business person either. I mean, I know about Egypt, so I could talk to her about that, I guess, but that's it. And would she even want to talk about it?
That is also a good question. So
Yeah. Huh.
I don't know.
Is there any point,
Go ahead.
just out of curiosity, is there any point where she's going to the women's bathroom? Like, do I notice her go to the bathroom?
You're gonna corner her in the bathroom.
You haven't
Yeah,
seen her.
I'll talk to
You
her
haven't
in the
seen her go to-
bathroom. I'm the only one that could go in there.
Give me a luck roll with your 13 luck.
Yeah, good luck.
You never know.
Well, that's
You
bad luck.
never know.
Uh,
Oh, yeah.
Oh, I mean, it was a low roll though, which
Mhm.
would have been nice if I had 37 luck anymore.
mhm. But you just had to have the fancy dress.
I wanted a dress, dang it.
No, you see her like she doesn't go off and go to the bathroom. You see her go to a like one of the many like servers going around carrying a tray of like champagne flutes. She grabs one, and she like goes off into a kind of a corner with her lawyer and like the big bodyguard. 'Cause I just yeah, John Bernthal is like almost perfect for a bodyguard. I can't get out of my head now. And so
Yeah.
now it's just John Bernthal.
Yeah, that's what I was in a picture of. Like, is that the Punisher?
Yeah.
And it's just because even John Berthal's nose is a little bit more like he's like maybe run into a wall a few more times. And so the three of them are like in a corner, and she's just like she's not like leaning at all. Her posture is like still very good, but you can see she's just like taking a moment to like reflect and think as she's just like scanning the room. And her lawyer's kind of talking to her, and the bodyguard is just standing there staring and like looking at the room. And she's just like taking a moment for herself, and like as things are kind of quieting down, and we cut back to the hotel room as Yang has just finished translating the first series of numbers, and they are 9, 13, 8, 21, 8, 19, and 1.
Powerball number?
I thought I heard Amazing Grace at the one point too. Yeah.
Yeah, I
I'm
was
pretty
like,
sure I did. Yeah.
it sounds exactly like
Yeah.
Amazing Grace there for a second.
Yeah.
I was like, what?
Yeah.
Robert, we got to go buy a lottery ticket. 9, 13, 8, 21, 8, 19, 1.
And then, yeah. If you guys want to talk about those for a sec.
Yeah.
I mean, Amazing Grace would actually be historically accurate because it was written in 1970 or 1772.
Oh shit! There we go.
You got any thoughts on these numbers, Robert? They seem pretty random to me.
Yeah. 9, 13, 8. Trying to think. Yeah, I'm not sure yet.
Um, they're all prime numbers other than the 2 8s.
Uh, One, two, three, four, five, six, seven.
So you said first series of numbers. Is there more to go on this then?
Yeah, there are 5 more numbers. There's like those 7 numbers were kind of together, and then there were 5. There were a second series of 5 numbers. Yeah, there was like 2 blocks of numbers. Now that you know that they're all numbers, there were like 2 back and back. Yep, I'll leave you guys with those. And as we cut back, what are you guys doing in the at the gala? If you guys have questions back in the hotel room, you can absolutely just feel free to jump in.
I mean, I am also horrible at these kind of social situations. I don't want to bum rush her when she's taking a moment for herself, but we did just give a huge donation.
Which makes me think that now that the attorney is talking to her, he's probably already mentioned that to her, and she's probably gonna try and find us out at some point.
Yeah. So that's why I'm
So-
thinking maybe, now could be a good time to maybe at least like slowly make our way over so they notice that we're heading that way.
Yeah, and just kind of like do like what we were doing before, and just kind of talking and chatting and listening our way through as we kind of sneak our way that way.
That sounds perfect.
Wait, run that by me again. So are you sneaking over there, or are you kind of like making yourselves known as you're walking over there? Just kind of...
We're kind of heading that way to make it easier for her to approach us,
Uh-huh.
but and like we're talking to people along the way.
Yes, we're like listening,
yeah.
mingling as we walk that way.
So that she can take the initiative, and she's like, okay, I want to talk to them. Let me go over and talk to them. Or if she really doesn't, she can walk the other way and just ignore us.
Okay. Okay. Give me Give me something. What do you guys feel like? What do you feel like a good?
I mean, like, I could make a listen check
Persuade
this
or-
time, or I could just keep doing a charm check. Just kind of
I'm
as,
thinking about,
as like a...
I'm thinking about to get her to walk over to you guys.
Okay, I just had a really stupid thought.
What's that?
I could do like the obvious flirting from across the room
Mm-hmm.
type thing, and then I'm like, yeah, that would be charm from a distance, but I'm like, nah, maybe not. Then I had the thought of like, what if I did a psychology check, just kind of like essentially planning everything out, and then essentially putting the ball in her court to approach us, but
Mm-hmm.
positioning myself in a way that there's a very high chance that she would.
Yeah, I don't mind. I like a psychology check. I think that sounds good.
Okay.
Kind of reading her a little bit more deeply, taking
yeah,
a second to like actually read.
Reading
Yeah.
her emotions, seeing how, like obviously with my rolls earlier, seeing how things are.
Ooh.
60. Darn. If only I could.
So you could spend luck. You could try to
Spend
push
luck.
it. You could like
I already spent the luck.
You could actually just like oh, you did. Okay, you spent the luck. Yeah.
I have the luck, so
Yeah, you got the luck.
All
So
right,
so
yeah.
you're watching her, and she has like she you've seen her like kind of glance at you guys, so she's like she's aware of you, but she has it's clear she's probably sent at this point she's probably sent Bradley Gray over to like thank you. So she maybe feels like that job is done. So because she doesn't you're not like business partners right now like that like she doesn't know who you are. She's not like concerned about like continuing to network with you like Bradley like maybe um and you're not like super familiar with like business. Well, actually you are. You're that's like
I
your
was a
back
middle.
it's like your profession.
I was
Yeah.
a middle manager.
So you would guess with with your job, you don't even have to roll for that. You would guess that what she's likely going to do is later on have her lawyer look into you and then contact you at a later date if like she was going to go into business with you. But like she's thank you. She might swing by later to like say thank you, but like she said thank you via her lawyer because she's busy going around and like taking care of all her like high priority people. Um, she's like in a moment where she's like kind of to herself. If you wanted to approach her right now, it seems like she wouldn't be like opposed to that because she's she's fine and enough. She's not like exhausted or things like that. And she has she's a friendly enough disposition towards you if that makes sense. She's curious about why you dropped so much money to get into a party. Um, she's intrigued that you have enough money to drop, and she's intrigued by your outfit. Makes sense.
And I mean, the fact that I'm wearing an eye patch and have a huge scar on the left-hand side of my face. I mean,
You're an odd looking dude. Yeah.
I am a very odd-looking dude, especially
You're an interesting pair, even. Yeah.
yeah, with a short Asian lady
You two
beside me.
stand out. Yeah. But she may not get around to you two until the end of the evening. So it's your call whether you want to wait till then or you want to just like make your move now.
Yeah. Well, T, do you think we should go interrupt her little personal time right now?
I mean, we could try.
Well, I don't think she'd be opposed to it. But I mean,
It wouldn't hurt.
otherwise we might not get a chance to talk to her at all.
Yeah, let's just do it now.
Okay.
So you guys are
Then-
walking over.
Yeah,
Oh, sorry, go
I
ahead.
will. I will like if she's still like kind of scanning around, I'll kind of like catch her eye and just be like, "Is it okay if I come over and talk?" Type like hand gesture, like because I
Yeah,
don't want to impose on her. Okay.
she gives you kind of like a nod and friendly enough smile.
All right.
As you guys are walking over, and like the time on this is not quite perfect, but it's fine. We cut back to the hotel room as Yang translates the second set of numbers, which is 7, 20. Oop, that was an ampersand. 7, 23, 23, 10, and 1. Nope.
So
It's a
do we have
Amazing Grace again.
do we have access to a? I know this might be a little bit of a stretch, but do we have access to a map with coordinates? Like on hand?
Probably not on hand. No, not currently.
Then I'm just gonna say to Yang, um, I think these might be coordinates. Just to speak in character.
Um, But how do they line up? Like, is 9 and 13 an X and a Y, or do we have to pull some from the other set? If they were an equal number, I would think one was the X and one was the Y.
Well, I that's the only part that's throwing me is instead of 6 and 6 pairs, it's 7 6 pair of numbers. But um, uh, above table, this does point to South to Central Africa. Below table, I wonder where these coordinates point.
I mean, any of us who's looking at a map quite a bit, because all these are all pretty close. I think if we were thinking they were coordinates, we'd probably have that figured. The problem is a lot of those coordinates are going to probably fall like almost in the ocean.
Well, I mean, it doesn't hurt to check, just in case. That's an
No,
easy thing to check.
definitely a thought.
Shit, what is... Sorry, I'm also semi-translating what current day location this would be compared to modern day.
They could all be dates in a month too.
This is true.
There's 12 numbers total.
So a date, a coordinate, both are equally plausible. Well, why don't we look at both? Treat it as a coordinate and as a date and see what that would line up to. Drawing tool. There we go. How do I change the
This is
color?
everything on the Sphinx now, right?
Mm-hmm.
Shit. How did we draw a shape? I click and drag. There we go. Are we able to change the color of these shapes too?
Yeah, it took me a little while to figure that out though, but it's like right click or toggle head. Edit, double click.
Ah, okay.
Yeah.
Fill. There we go.
You guys go both give me int checks.
Yeah.
Just to help you along a
That's
little
the
bit.
third time one of us has hit on the number.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just to help you along with this, because it is a puzzle. You're not sure. You don't think it has to do with a map, with
Oh,
a location on a map.
okay.
But I'll leave you with that to think about as we jump back to the gala. And yeah, you guys walk over to old Erica Carlisle, and she's again right here. Yeah. She kind of nods her head. Mr. Ganyev, Miss Noy Dunlap. How are you
Assalamu
both
alaikum.
enjoying your evening? She smiles.
I greet her with a traditional Uzbek greeting. Assalamu alaikum. Or peace be upon you.
Yeah, she smiles. Are you enjoying your evening?
I believe we are.
Oh, pleased to hear
Yeah.
that. You certainly paid a pretty penny for it, and I think the children of Brooklyn will thank you considerably for it. I know I certainly do.
I mean, if it's for a charitable cause, I don't mind it.
It certainly is. Your generosity is considerable. What brings you to New York?
It was a friend of mine who was actually recently passed. Jackson Elias.
Friend of ours, actually.
Yeah.
I see.
Yeah.
That's terrible. I'm sorry for your loss.
Yeah, and also we're sorry for yours. Because he actually asked us to look a little bit into the Carlisle expedition, and I mean, we don't want to be rude and intrude, but like, is there a day that we might be able to talk about what you found in your trip to Africa, looking for your brother?
You see her lawyer, Bradley Gray, begin to speak up, and she goes, this is not the place. She goes, Bradley, she goes, I prefer not to speak of about my brother, but
It's okay, I understand.
I
We're
considering
just
you,
trying, yeah.
you
We're just trying to get to the bottom of this and just trying to reveal the truth, not paint anybody in a bad light or in a good light or anything. So,
yes. Well, seeing as you were so generous with the charity, how would you and your companion here like to join me and Mr. Gray for lunch tomorrow? She looks at her lawyer. Yeah, we can, and we can answer some of your questions then.
all right. That sounds like a
I'm
good
not
idea.
sure how many questions do you have. I suppose I could answer them now, but if you have quite a few, perhaps lunch would be a better time.
I only have a few, but I don't want to spoil the night with it, so.
Well, if it's just a few, we could take care of them now, I suppose. What are they?
Above table, did we just want to go to lunch tomorrow, or did we want to figure this out now?
I
That's your
think it
call.
might be honestly, I think it might be better if everybody is there and we can all like ask her things.
We don't have an invitation. You
Yeah,
two
no,
do.
two of us don't have an invitation. It's just going to be me and you again tomorrow. So
I
like,
mean, do
I'm
we
all
have
for.
that many questions?
Here's what I'm for.
Trying to
I'm
think.
for us
Okay.
meeting up tomorrow, and we come in with like a list of questions from all four of us that like we
Oh,
can
that's smart.
kind of, yeah.
Yeah,
But
that's a
also
good idea.
time to chat and things may
So,
just go
yeah.
more
Yeah.
useful for you.
Yeah, we can. Well, we should do the lunch. We should definitely do the
Yeah.
lunch.
Then I would like to say, lunch sounds fantastic, but for tonight, let's have a ball.
Yeah. She
Do I need
smiles
to make a
and
charm check for that one?
yeah. Why don't you? Yeah,
Okay.
I'll take it.
Now
See
that I
how it
said that, it's
lands.
gonna go bad.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yikes.
This is
oh, my
like
puns don't even land in
she,
freaking game either. Damn it.
she goes, yes, let's, and I'll see you tomorrow, 12 o'clock.
All right.
And yes, I hope you have a good evening. And she turns
YouTube is
and walks
Carlisle.
off with Bradley and her bodyguard. Yeah.
Well, I feel like that could have gone just a little better. I guess my my jokes don't land as well here with the landed elite.
Yeah.
No,
You
nothing.
guys,
Okay.
you guys,
There's a chuckle.
anything else you want to do while you're here at the party?
I mean, seeing as
Sort
how
of a
it's a
dance where you teach everybody in Uzbekistan line dance sort of thing.
Mhm.
no, seeing as how it's like a kind of formal event, is there anybody that might or might not be in a formal police uniform?
Ooh, give me a luck roll. Yeah.
Luck roll. Oh no.
Yeah.
I totally just realized I could have spent all my luck and gotten that to an actual right thing there. That's not gonna work. Uh yeah.
Man, what was your luck at when you spent the luck for that other one?
I have 40 right now. I
Yeah.
could have technically spent 36 and gotten that charm uh down to
Damn,
a success.
you were at 60 some odd luck? Yeah,
I
right on.
was at 53 because I
Oh,
spent
okay.
13 on the psychology check and
Gotcha.
I could have spent 36 there, but right now I'm sitting at 40.
Yeah.
So,
Cool. No, doesn't seem to be anybody in like a police uniform that you notice. Yeah.
okay. Well, then I'll just kind of I guess for the rest of the evening I'll just wander around, introduce myself, talk to people and just generally try and charm people and regale of my exploits in Peru, or our exploits in Peru if he is still near me.
Oh
Yeah,
yes,
and-
I will stay nearby as we regale people on our journeys.
Yeah. It goes over well. People enjoy hearing about them. And yeah, the night kind of fades to an end and
Yes.
you're picked up and we we'll
Oh,
pick
but
back up in the hotel. We'll pick back up in the end in the hotel room.
yeah.
And you guys talk about the evening and the statue. And
Yeah.
I'll be right back.
So P and I have lunch tomorrow with Erica Carlisle and her attorney, it sounds like.
Her attorney? What trouble did you get
Yes.
yourself into already?
We didn't get in
It's-
trouble.
Yeah, no trouble this time. Surprising, actually. No, it's just to talk at the gala last night. We she was taking a moment to herself and we didn't want to intrude very much. We also didn't want to spoil the evening with questions about the Carlisle expedition in the first place, so we agreed to meet up for lunch at 12 o'clock. And this would be a good time for us to get down some questions that we do have, because the way it sounds like she's only expecting 2 of us, not 4.
Yeah.
So if you guys have any questions, like let's write them all down and see if we can't memorize them in some way. And let's also try and keep it, I would say under 10 questions total, because I'm sure we'll have more that we'll think of while we're there, but let's try not to overwhelm her because she didn't seem like she wanted to talk about it anyway. And her attorney didn't seem like she wanted to talk about it anyway.
I mean, if we could find out her brother's original motivation, that'd be useful.
All right. Let me actually write this up somewhere
Shadowy
instead of
man in
just
an alley.
trying to
Tell him
think
to.
about it.
What was her name?
Erica Carlisle.
Okay.
Okay, that's that one. That's
What
that one. Where's my current notes?
the hell? Oh, okay, there we go. Nope, I couldn't think of anything. I was trying to think about notes and currents, but
How the frick do you spell Carlisle? Oh, God.
what are you guys doing?
I cannot remember how to spell Carlisle for the life of me. Carlyle.
Yeah, yeah.
Why did I think that there was an S in there? I don't know. Probably because of Carlisle, Pennsylvania. But brother's motivation. What else was our questions? Like, did we want to ask about the death cult at all?
Um, I guess you could ask her if she believes believes that she got justice with her brother's killing, or if she thinks that the people who did it got brought to justice. Maybe she was not happy with the outcome.
Probably best to leave that as one of the last things mentioned, just in case that kind
Yeah.
of.
So I have brother's motivation, and then do you believe you got justice for your brother? Like, did you run into anything supernatural or weird?
That's a that's one people always expect to run into when they're being asked questions.
Supernatural encounters.
Yeah, did you run into
Gold
anything
spots.
supernatural or weird while you were over in Africa? Or
Smelling
even,
sulfur.
yeah.
All right, Winchester boys.
I need a shotgun and a car. uh, Come on, ideas, questions, anything.
Uh, would she know why Johnson left? I'm assuming she wouldn't, but I'm just curious, like what they found
Yep.
that would
Oh,
make
God
him
damn it.
leave in the first place. That's the thing that's been like bothering me. Like obviously some shit went down. I want to know everything about it. So it's hard for me to figure out like questions about this when there's just so much.
Well, we also don't know how much she was actually tied up in the expedition itself.
Yeah.
She didn't really seem to have any part in it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like brother's motivation. Did you run into anything supernatural? Why did Jack Johnson leave the expedition? If you know, uh, did we want to just blatantly ask about the cult?
I mean, if we're asking about supernatural things, I guess asking about cults is not that out of the question.
I mean,
Um,
at this point,
Ooh, how about you bring the drawing of the cult symbol and ask her if she's had at any point saw it and seen that symbol.
if I could spell. I have it written down as, do you know anything about the cult of the bloody tongue? And then I have with picture in parentheses.
Yeah, and I might would start out just showing the picture and asking her if she knew that, and then elaborating if needed.
Yeah. Did we want to ask about any of the import businesses? Does she know anything about the import business that's going on?
Wouldn't hurt.
Oh, I totally just realized that that it just kicked me out of masks. Why? Am I still in on your guys' screen?
Yep.
Okay, because it's not letting me join back in as me. Because my game just kind of decided that it wasn't going to or my internet decided that it was going to refresh the page.
Yeah, did you crash?
Still says that there's 5 current players out of 6. I could join as tester, but I can't join as myself.
Yeah, that's odd.
Yeah.
Do we
We
need
could
to?
also ask her if she knew anything about Jackson. Like he was snooping around her brother's expedition.
Mhm. Do we have a motivation for why they wanted to go on this expedition? If we do, I don't remember.
That's
Yeah,
the
that
first
was
question I
my
have.
question numero uno.
Like, yeah, what was the motivation for it?
Yes, I have that currently as the question. Yeah,
Gotcha.
I can't join back. It's not letting me join back in. Oh, whoa, hey, hi, I'm in. What?
Oh, you in?
I'm just suddenly
Yeah,
back in.
I
What?
was just
all
about to
just
kick you. I
playing.
was just about to kick you.
Okay, I'm here. I'm back. Okay,
Okay. Cool.
cool.
Cool. Cool. Cool. Cool. Cool.
All right, so I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I have 7 questions currently. Is that? Do we think that's good enough? It's a lot of talk.
Um, I mean, I feel like this might be one of those things that conversation will build more
Yeah, I agree.
as we go.
You're definitely gonna have to play off the conversation where she goes with these questions. Some of these questions, like you might start asking and realize some of these aren't even ones you want to ask.
Yeah, correct. But like, I just want to get a bunch of questions that way I can rule some out or I can ask some to kind of like kind of direct the conversation where I want it to go, but also like not at times. So
Yeah, I don't know. It's just hard because like you don't really know how she's gonna act with some of these. That's my
yeah,
fear is like she might start shutting down, just stop talking.
Does the carpet match the drapes?
I'm
That
not
might just be
asking
a
that
question for
question.
me though.
Let's get the real questions here.
I mean, I could always ask, "How is your business empire going?" Like literally, just how's business going?
Yeah, I mean, I I'm judging by how direct she was. She seems like the type who really just wants to get it over with. I don't know if she's a
Mm-hmm.
small talk type.
Yeah.
But she wants to talk because she offered to go to lunch.
Yeah. It did seem like she was kind of unwilling to talk about it, but also at the same time willing to.
Is there
So-
anything you want us to look into?
I
Might be a
mean,
good question.
she went on a crusade for justice. We're going on a crusade for justice. Maybe there's something to bond over there.
Mm-hmm. No, I feel like she might want our help with with something, and we just gotta simply ask her about it, and she'll tell us about it. I don't know. I wish I had more questions, but
Yeah.
I feel like they will come as the conversation goes.
Yeah, I have a comment that we are both on a quest for justice. That's more of a statement than anything. But then I have the question of what was your brother's motivations? Why did Jack Johnson leave the expedition? Did you know anything about it? Did you run into anything supernatural or weird while you were in Africa? Uh, do you deal with any of the import businesses around around Harlem at all? Do you know anything about them? Uh, do you know who Jackson Elias was and what he was working on? Uh, and the last two I have are going to be: do you believe that you got justice for your brother? And if not, is there something that you want us to look into that you might not be able to?
Did you have the question about the symbol?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Do you know anything about the cult of the Bloody Tongue? I completely skipped that one on accident. Yeah, that's between the expedition and the import businesses. All right. Is that good? Does that sound good for everybody?
Yeah, I think that should get you well started.
I mean,
good
it
to me.
sounds good to me. Yeah.
Yes. Thank you. I appreciate that. And then with that, I could also bring up the other murders associated with the cult.
Murder.
And there were, what, 8 of them total?
9 counting Jackson.
All right.
You want to get any thought about these numbers?
Phone number for the first one?
I mean,
I'm not really sure.
5 of them are prime numbers, but, like, the rest of them aren't. So, like,
Yang, will you give me an intelligence check?
Woo.
I wasn't expecting you to make it.
oh no.
I'm 65 because you've been really struggling with those intelligence checks. And I'm trying to think of a hint that's not like a really dead giveaway. So
I mean,
go ahead.
I was just gonna say, I don't know about them, but like, I truly have no fucking clue where these
Yeah.
numbers are going.
I mean,
So it might be a obvious knowing.
It's
but
obvious to me
were
because
there
I know.
Yeah, were
Yeah.
there numbers on that blueprint that we had? Were there numbers on there?
There were.
There were?
There were. Yeah, I think.
Okay, but the way
Um,
you're saying that makes it sound like I'm on the wrong
yeah,
track.
yeah.
Okay.
No, it's not the blueprint. No. But that's a good question. So I would say It is related to a different handout. Yeah. You might find the answer in another handout, or you will find the answer in another handout.
I mean, that is good enough, at least for
Yeah.
me.
Yeah.
That's a pretty solid.
Cool.
Yeah, I can read handouts while you guys go have nice lunches with pretty ladies.
It's not. Yeah.
You jealous?
I mean, a little bit. I'm married and all, you know.
So yeah, so we cut back to lots of snow, but this time not blizzarding outside. So driving is much easier for Is Robert still the driver, or is Shazad driving himself this time?
I mean, I feel like it's less of a pickup drop down situation.
Yeah. So yeah, so Shazad can drive himself. Or are you saying you could drive instead?
Sorry, give me 1 second.
I feel like I'd probably stay behind and help.
Yeah.
I feel like Shazad might be able to drive himself there.
Cool.
Him
that
and
sounds
T.
good.
Because it's not a formal event, we don't need to have a chauffeur.
Yeah. So yeah, you guys drive up. You get there. Bradley Gray is like waiting outside, or maybe like a footman lets him know. And so when you guys pull up around the drive and pull up to the front, he walks down the steps and greets you. Yes, welcome. Miss Carlisle is waiting inside for you. Please. Come on in. And don't mind my extremely broad shoulders for my small pinhead. I have to turn sideways to get through the doors, but that's fine. It's just my.
Sorry. Where do we access the handouts again?
Those are on. A lot of them are in the journal. Actually, is this handout in the? I don't think this one actually is in the journal.
Clues,
This one
clippings,
wouldn't
and
be.
curiosities?
Yeah, but this one isn't. The one we're looking for is not.
Without giving away things, would I potentially have it in my notes?
I'd have to look at your notes. It's definitely on the handouts on Discord.
Okay, I'll look at Discord then.
Which means it's probably also on the Google Drive. And then let me look at your journal real quick.
Yeah.
I don't
The
see
big
it on
one
any.
would
Oh,
be-
it's on yours too. Yeah.
Okay.
Which narrows it down because you don't have a whole lot on yours.
Yeah, I
You have
meant
like
to,
500. Yeah.
I meant to put more, but we haven't
Yeah.
been able to
Yeah.
put in as many as
Oh
I'd
well,
hoped.
that's okay. Yeah.
Sorry, carry on.
The
Cool.
strange.
Yeah, so he leads you in, going sideways through the door. He's somehow smaller size and weaker than the bodyguard, but wider shoulders. He's just, he's light and airy, like a Three Musketeers bar.
Mhm.
Yeah. And Joe Corey, the bodyguard, is thicker than a sticker. Yeah. And yeah, you walk in, and Erica's standing there. She's, dressed like nice dress, but like, kind of businessy dress, 20s businessy dress, whatever that would look like, ready to go. And her bodyguard is like just off her flank. And she's like, yes, please, right this way. She leads you into like a big old dining hall. She's not gonna like sit you across the tables. She's at the head of the table. You guys are like seated just like right next to her. And she gestures for you to sit down, and we begin a little luncheon. And she's like, so you wanted to talk about Roger? And she just like looks She looks not peeved, but annoyed to talk about her brother, but also like her interest is so sort of piqued that the two of you are asking. She's curious why you're curious, if anything, but she's clearly not too pleased to be talking about her brother. You can kind of like with just your basics, your base level skill in psychology, you can kind of get that read off of her right away.
Okay.
She's more curious about why you want to know than anything about her brother.
Well, first off, shalom and good day. The questions are about that I have are about the Carlisle expedition, but it's more of a quest for justice for my friend Jackson. Did you know that he was working on a book about your brother and the expedition?
No, I can't say I even know the name.
Okay. Well, he was a he was an author based right here out of New York, and we had actually gone on a trip to Peru with him. That's where we first met. That was 4 years ago now. And we had some we had an interesting trip, let's put it that way. And he's very much a someone who would rather mete out the truth and write a book on it, and even if nobody bought it, he'd still publish that book. And so his current book, or the one that he was working on when he died, was about the Carlisle expedition, and we're just kind of picking up where he left off to see if we can't finish the book and possibly find the truth in what's going on. Uh, did you happen to know anything about like your brother's motivation for going to uh Eastern Africa?
Roger. No, who could know Roger's motivation? Probably that Boone woman, but no, I can't say I knew his motivation. I knew his African expedition was I don't know, much more than one of his foolish whims, I suppose, but I think do you know much about Roger? He made the papers a lot, that's for sure. I don't know if you read
Yeah.
much about him, his exploits as a boy,
Yeah.
as a young man.
A lot of what I read mostly just made him out as just like a somebody who would kind of flaunt his wealth. So that
Yes.
was quite a bit of it. So it was just for, I guess, fame, just to keep people talking about him.
No, I don't know if Roger really ever thought about fame or notoriety. I think he just thought about fun. I think that was simply
Okay.
his sole motivation in life. He I don't know. He somehow graduated from Groton as I think it was you know, given our family's influence,
Prestige.
but he was
Yeah.
yes, he was given gentlemen's resignations from Harvard, Yale, Princeton, Miskatonic, Cornell, USC. I mean, you name it. He wasn't exactly a model student, and he was in and out of treatments for alcoholism at 18, and then again at 20, and then when our parents died, he seemed to, take stock of himself, and perhaps for a short time. But he was who he was, and he sort of slipped back into his old ways. And then he met that Bonet woman, and things seemed to change. I don't know. Something, some secret, some something about Africa seemed to fascinate him and worry him. He'd wake up at night screaming, and I don't know, he would refuse to discuss it with me. Who could say?
Yeah.
I don't know how he came to meet that woman. Give me a psychology roll.
Absolutely.
And Thea, you
God
can't too,
damn.
since you're there. Before I saw us fail. But yeah. Ooh, there you go. So T recognizes, like, she keeps referring to that Bonet woman,
Yeah.
and talking about her. And do you guys know who she's talking about with this Bonet woman?
The only person that I can think of is Hypatia Masters. But then there was another one that I think you mentioned at some point.
A while ago. It was a while ago.
Let's
Yeah.
see. Roger Carlyle, Imperial Standard, Penny Foundation, Art.
Not listed on any in the as part of the Carlisle expedition. It was Jack Brady, or not Jack Brady, Jack Johnson that mentioned her.
That is something that I apparently don't have.
So it was way back when you guys first came to New York after you helped
Yeah.
out.
Wait, I might be able to control F my notes. Maybe. Johnson. Oh no, I might not be able to help.
Because
That's
I was
okay.
like, I recognize the name, but I like I don't know where I recognize it from.
Yeah.
So like,
Yeah.
You can go both give me int checks then. That's the roll for that. That's the old idea roll
Yeah.
to recall a clue.
Oh, wait. Expedition mentioning the trunk of Bronet calling a woman Meru. M,
Close.
Weru. Is that the person?
Mweru.
Yeah, Moeru, and her name, the
Goes
name.
by Nitranka Bune.
Yep. There you go. Yep, it's Jean
Yep.
Beignet. Yeah.
Ooh, I found it.
There you go.
Yeah,
So
nice.
she's referring to that Bonet woman, and the way she with T's successful psychology role, the way she keeps referring to her, you kind of like see it on her face. You can see it like just in the way, like her tone, and T is like spy, and the spy who's had to like spy for the British government, who's had to like deal with a little bit of the like the casual like racism and the like sort of like veiled racism. You can just sort of see the like, I don't know why my brother was like getting entangled with this like with this African woman, like as like a as a rich white man. Why was he like being entangled with she? But you can see the like her just affront at the whole thing. You can see how like how much it bothers her, and she's like trying. She's like she's got that whole thing that she's very
A
yeah.
little bit of prejudice in there, but like,
She's got going on.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It seems
Um,
like you would have preferred your brother to be with somebody else than this Boone woman that you say.
yes, yes. Even before then, though, he'd begun having some strange dreams that something seemed to beckon and call to him, and that something had to be done. And she just seemed to make things worse. I, of course, tried to get him help, and well, I had him see Dr. Houston, but I think that Dr. Houston just talked him into the expedition even further. Undoubtedly with that Boone woman's collusion. And, well, I'm convinced it was all her fault that Roger ultimately lost his grip on reality. He'd disappear for days at a time and turn up wild-eyed and crazed, saying that he'd been to Harlem of all places. People like us shouldn't, as you understand, be seen in places like that. And he said that she was queenly, a priestess, and that she held secrets which he must have. And well, to my shame, for a while I encouraged his African expedition, supposing that eventually he would come to his senses and see that Brunei and her tales were a bunch of mumbo jumbo. But no. Unfortunately, he went off to London and then to Egypt and, well, then to Kenya. And he perished.
hmm. Shortly after that, you went after him, didn't you? Did you run into
Well,
anything
once we
weird?
got word that they had died, I went to find out what happened.
Did you run into anything like weird or, dare I say, supernatural while you were over there?
Supernatural? No. I mean, I suppose if you call the dismemberment of a great many people, supernatural, sure, but no, I just
Okay. Now you say they were dismembered. Were any of them maimed in any way? Did any of them have like this symbol here? And I'll like quickly sketch out the symbol and or have a picture of it ready and like slide it towards her. Like, did any of them have like this symbol at all?
No, I didn't see the site myself. I oversaw the findings and spoke with the local authorities, and they assured me that what took place was accurate, and well, saw that justice was done. And with that, I returned home.
Okay.
I mean, to be frank, uh, even, and I'd never say this publicly, but even in death, Roger's death was, too bizarre to be decent. While he was alive, he nearly ruined our family's interests by draining them of operating capital. He gave me no say in our company's financial matters when he was in charge, and I was nearly impoverished. And now that I've been given control of our estate, I've managed it well, and our holdings are flourishing.
Yeah.
Management and stockholders are, I don't think, as they would say it publicly either. I think they are glad that he's gone, and
I do believe you've been gifted with the businessman mind.
I I detested my brother and his excesses, and I do think he is better off dead.
I do have one or two more questions. Uh, do you know anything about? I know you deal a lot with business. Do you deal with any of the imports around, or do you know anything about them?
We we do have an import export interests, yes.
Okay.
What's your
Do you know anything about Aja Singh out of Mombasa, or any of the import like Cafe Afrique, Mountain Tea, or the Juju House?
No, I can't say that I do. And she looks over at Bradley Gray, who's on the other side of the like table, also eating, but minding his like listening, but keeping quiet. I don't think we have contracts with them. Should we, or should we be concerned about them?
Okay. Well, well, the uh, in dealing with Aja Singh, it's like the premier exporter out of Mombasa. So, uh, I didn't know if you had any dealings with him at all, but Cafe Afrique over in Queens does seem to be a little shady with their business practices. A lot of
Hmm,
after hours work goes on there.
I see.
So
Well,
I don't know if
no.
they're very much above table with a lot of their work. But I do have one more question, and you don't have to answer this one if you don't want to, but do you believe that you got justice for your brother? That you got his killers?
I was told by the authorities there that we did, and that's good enough for me.
Okay. Like I said, we're just trying to meet, it's just trying to figure out the truth, and, well, a lot of, a lot of our friend Jackson's work apparently seems dissatisfied with how some of the things have ended up and with how specifically the investigation ended up in your brother's murder, I guess.
So,
He believes that there was something to deal with the that symbol that I showed you earlier. It's it was carved into his head, and it's been associated with 8 other murders in New York over the past couple of years. And it's also associated with a cult called the Cult of the Bloody Tongue out of specifically Eastern Africa, which we believe currently that they may have been the ones who possibly killed your brother and the entire expedition, and that they came back here to tie up some loose ends. And Jackson Elias, who is looking for the truth, happened to be one of them recently.
very odd.
That is also the reason that I'm asking such weird and, I guess, supernatural questions, because I mean, they are a death cult. They do this in, like, they kill ritualistically for their god, whoever that is. And I just want to make sure that, like, if you knew anything that you might tell us if you did find anything weird or anything like that.
And as she's thinking, we cut back to the hotel room. I'm curious if you guys have had any other thoughts.
I've been digging through these notes like crazy.
As a random thing, for some reason, when I go to sessions, I don't see session notes anymore.
Oh,
Do they get moved to like global journal notes?
On the journal.
Yeah, because like I go to like sessions where I got my personal like journal notes, and
Mhm.
I don't see them. I don't see them anymore.
They're not sessions beginning the Great Wolf and Mystery Man, the confrontation, end of pyramid event, NYC calling,
Yeah,
Jackson's.
Yeah.
I do see that.
Yeah.
I go to journal, I click on sessions, and I have nothing.
Oh,
Is that just on my end?
I think so, because I still have you listed as the owner of all of those.
Weird.
You might have to
GG.
refresh.
Yeah, let me refresh. Oh, we can reload application. That's nice.
Yep.
Yeah, maybe that's just a
Like Titicaca. I'm sorry. I still laugh at that.
session. Okay, yeah, it's all back now.
Yeah, because
New York City calling. I joined the team in the hotel. Catch up with D. Everyone here now. Get a job from Boxer. Have Caesar salad.
Oh, yeah. I
Uh,
I'm gonna be honest, like I'm like thinking maybe these are like coordinates. Or not coordinates, but like you said before, dates. But I just have no clue which one of these posters would be like correct for the dates.
so you narrowed it down that it's if it's on the handouts that's in your notes. There's only 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6,
One,
7, 8,
two,
9. Well,
three.
you have 10, which is a fair amount. So it's only
One of
basically
these.
the room 410, the ones you got from when Jackson died. Room 410 handouts. Jackson is dead. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm just like I'm trying to figure out what these.
Nah, you can't even see my reflection. The reflection well enough.
No, I thought you had something in there earlier. I was like, does he have a pet in there? And I'm like, oh no, I think it's Connor.
It's just the computer. It's just a reflection. Yeah, yeah.
Shy Thad.
Not this one.
It's the sewer beast.
It's not this one.
Yeah, I'm sorry. It went down and
Yeah.
Robert is the sewer beast.
Okay, the only thing I found that I can even link something to is the Hotel Chesla, West 23rd Street at 7th Avenue. There is a 723, but I don't. Beyond that, I have no clue, and it's not super helpful. Yang, anything else?
Oh, God damn it. Keep bumping my cup on my.
No, nothing yet.
Because so far, that's the only paper I have seen that even has these numbers on it in the first place? And it's related to the Sphinx, so
Give me, Robert, give me an int check.
Oh, I'm excellent at those.
Hey, I believe in you.
You can spend luck if you have to on this one. Burn through
Like
your
I said, I believe in you, man.
Oh, thank God.
The numbers aren't on the handout.
They're not in this handout?
They're not on the handout that's related to they're not on the handout that's going to give you the clue to solve the puzzle.
Oh.
But maybe
The
that
number,
note,
yeah.
Robert's saying fascinating. I am saying fuck in my head.
Yeah.
what if it's a cipher?
Cipher for English? Like,
Maybe you're right with the card, but maybe you're looking at the wrong thing. Maybe that little note he scrawled out. Maybe there's a cipher there. Like if we line the
oh.
numbers up with the letters.
So 9, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Vowel, so W. 13, so 9. Ah, God damn it. All right.
I thought we were on a B with the 9.
Sorry, I need to write this out because I can barely read this fucking. So, Sphinx.
Sphinx of black quartz, judge my vow.
Sphinx of black quartz. Judge my vow. Now, is that how you spell that?
Now, isn't it misspelled?
It is misspelled.
Yeah.
Ah,
Yep, Sphinx is.
It's, well, I was like, on the note, it's also
Oh,
misspelled.
fuck. Yeah, it is. And I also did
Yeah.
it wrong.
So,
how is it
Yeah,
supposed to be spelled?
yeah,
You did it
because
wrong.
it's also really difficult to read.
Yeah, I'm gonna be like, my vow, I can get those. And quartz, I can kind of get. The rest, I'm like fucking spear, sphinx. Thank God I'm not a real investigator, because holy shit. There we go.
Yeah, there's no O though. There's no O. There's no A on black. There's no U or A on quartz. There's no U on judge. There's no my on vow.
Maybe the missing letters matter.
Yeah, they do. It would also have mattered had I done stuff right at the beginning. Hold on. Give me
Okay.
1 sec.
Oops.
Yeah.
I need to read.
Never figured this out.
Hey,
No, you
next
guys-
section, housekeeping.
Yeah, you guys got it right. Yeah. Yeah. Give me 1 sec. I just forgot a P. I just forgot my P on my Sphinx.
Plot twist. He just wanted to see how far we would get until we.
It's gonna change. It's gonna change just about every number except the 1 because I forgot the P on Sphinx.
Good lord.
But there you go.
If
That
you
gives
don't-
you this. That tells you the cipher.
If you don't mind typing out like the proper spelling.
Yeah, I'll tell you how it's. I'll tell you how it's supposed to be, and I'm just gonna run with how it ended up coming out on the paper. This is how it is on the paper.
Okay.
Because there was supposed to be an A on quartz, but for whatever reason, the like text to handwriting thing, it dropped the A. There's supposed to be
Okay.
an A on quartz.
1, 2, 6, 7.
But you said the numbers are wrong now?
Yeah, so it should be 10, 14, 9, 22, 9, 20, 1, 8,
Ah,
24,
okay.
24, 10, 11, 1. So everything except 1 should just be increased by 1. I can do that math easily enough.
Uh-oh.
I'll write it down again.
Okay, I just deleted the entire thing. I'm like, oh, the numbers are wrong. All right.
Yeah, I got it. 10, 9. I'm pretty sure, right? Because if I just increase, if I add one number toward the beginning after 1, that would just increase everything after that by 1.
Well, I'll let you know when I get the code right.
Oh, 11, not 10.
Imagine if Jackson had dyslexia.
Yeah. Yeah.
This would be impossible.
I'm like, Jackson, what the fuck?
We're running with the fact that he didn't put an A on there. There's just never going to be an A.
Okay. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So C. 11, 12, 13, 14. 5, 9. 1, 2, 6, 7, 9. 22.
Should be right? I think it should be right. We'll see how that comes out.
22. Uh-oh. I don't know how well I'm
Wait a
going on
minute.
this.
Wait a minute. That doesn't make sense. 9, 9. The 2 9s there? Yeah. Yeah.
22.
Every time we look at the Sphinx, the numbers keep changing.
Maybe. They weren't there originally.
Uh, 2, 5, 6, 7, 8. Well, this shit's looking real fucking busted right now, but we'll see how
What
it's
do you
going.
got?
CRLYLES. Krill.
I must
Krillies.
have got the number wrong, song wrong somewhere because right now I've got CULYL.
Oh, fuck. All right.
Nope.
Nope.
Doom had it right.
Okay.
Whoa. Sometimes dyslexia works.
I think. I mean, Doom had it. Doom had
It
either,
sounds pretty fucked right now.
Doom and I both had it wrong, or Doom also had it right. Yeah. Doom had it how I at least intended to get it. Yeah.
So CR.
Oh. Oh. Ooh. Ah, scary. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 11. Okay. So here's the thing. I might have gotten this first one wrong because I don't know what the fuck this means. But then the second one I got was books. Books makes sense. But let me look. Let me double check to make sure I got it right.
It would help if it didn't. Yeah. I'm just gonna leave it. I'm just gonna let you guys
So,
work with that. That's its own puzzle. That's its own
5,
puzzle.
7, 8, 9, 10.
I'm erasing my whiteboard. I'm leaving it in the
11, 12,
hands
13,
of
14.
fate, otherwise known as players.
L.
Do you think at least one of the four of us has it?
Yeah, you have it. That's it. That's the puzzle. That's it. You've got it. Yeah.
Kriskli's books. Kriskli's book. I don't know what the fuck that is. Well, I mean, I'm gonna go to Yang. Do you have any fucking clue what Kriskli's is?
Is it Criscles? The C's right, the R's right.
Yeah, the L is the question. So
The
L.
9. Well, the L is right though for that.
All right, let's try 22 again. Just double check.
It is. I got Y, but if 22 is Y, that would make 20 E. So that's right.
And 1 is S.
Yes.
I can't use
So
telepathy here. I can't use my my Jedi mind tricks here.
You know. I did mention something was missing.
we're missing one thing in here for sure.
Mm-hmm. You're just missing one thing.
Because the books makes
Literally,
like, 1,
literally
2.
something is missing.
Hey,
Not
hey,
not that you guys are missing anything.
Yeah, we're
There's
not missing
There's
anything.
literally something missing. Yeah.
It's supposed to be Carlisle's books.
Yeah.
Hey.
Ah, yes.
Which there was a note. There's a note in one of those things about books being in Carlisle's safe.
Mm-hmm. As we cut back to the meeting, and Erica goes, "Well, I suppose that is everything then."
Yeah.
Yes.
One last thing is kind of a parting is like, is there anything that you might want us to look into for you? Like, I know you don't really like your brother. It doesn't seem like that, but like, or at least you didn't like his business practices. But is there anything like that you might want us to look into? Because we're doing our own investigation of everything and just trying to essentially
Like,
meet out the truth and justice. So
I
Mm,
got a stack of mysterious books in a safe somewhere.
there's no telepathy here. I can't hear you. Cell phones don't exist yet.
no, she's like, no. Frankly, I hope I never hear about Roger again. It would be too soon. Are you guys in the hotel? Like, I mean, are you guys doing anything with that information? Are you rushing to like call the operator and try to get like the Carlisle like estate on the phone? Or are you doing? Are you just like going shit? Okay, like it's your call.
I mean, we can't really just call the Carlisle estate and go, "Hey, Roger had a box of safe of books somewhere. We need those
Okay.
now, stat."
No, yeah,
Um,
no.
did we know where they're going to eat?
Yeah, I'm sure they would have told you, right? Like,
Yeah.
Oh yeah,
It was
she
back.
would
It was back
definitely
at the
And
house.
soon as we decoded that, I would be putting a call into the restaurant to see if they can get.
They're going.
Shazad.
Yeah.
They're eating at her house. Yeah.
Oh, they're eating at her house. Okay, so
Yeah.
Yeah.
that's what you mean by call the estate.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I guess I could do that. Call the estate just as a business associate of Shazad's, and
Mhm.
wanted to speak with him. Wondered if it'd be possible to speak with him quickly.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Give me a. Give me a
Persuade,
bring.
maybe.
Yeah. Nah, you could. The butler, like, yeah, the butler brings the like, or comes in. Mr. Gagne, there's a telephone call for you in the foyer. And Erica gives you a look, like, you getting phone calls to my house, really?
I'm so sorry about this. I will go deal with this real quick, and then I'll go pick up the phone. Hello.
Shazad,
Yes.
our mystery
Yeah.
numbers. We
Yes.
figured them out. But
Oh,
why they're
okay.
there, how they got there, it makes no sense whatsoever. But the message is Carlisle's books. One of those notes we had said something about there being books in a safe of his. We need those books. That's what we need. We need the books.
Okay. I'll see what I can do. I don't know how willing she's going to be to let us take some books of his, but like, she doesn't seem to like him very much. So, all right, I will see what I can do.
Maybe. Oh, I got an idea.
Mm-hmm.
What if you tell her you would take over, since she doesn't want to hear about this anymore? You would take over all of his research, and then if anybody else calls her asking about it. She can just direct them to you from then on. And her hands are washed of it.
I'll definitely pass
Maybe.
that along.
Possible. I don't know. We need those books.
All right, I'll see what I can do. I'll hang up the phone and
The books, Mason. What do they mean?
yeah.
He'll hang up the phone, and I'm still there holding. I look back at Robert, and I go, "He hung up on me. Dude didn't even say bye."
I'll apologize whenever I get back.
Finally. A little rude.
I'll go
Yep,
back and apologize to Erica. I'm so sorry about that.
She gives you a look like, huh? Yeah.
It was a colleague of mine who knew where I was going to be today, and he did have one more question and I guess a point. It seems like your brother had a couple books or something in a safe, and he did also give me the idea of, if you wanted to wash your hands completely of this, if anybody asks you any questions, you could always send them to me, and I'll pull out a business card with the I'll pull out my business card first, and then I'll pull out the Jackson's estate business card, and I will present them both to her and be like, if you want to be completely washed of this entire situation and essentially never have to hear of it again, if anybody does bring it up, send them to me. I will gladly take care of it for you. You don't have to pay anything. I will just take it. I'll just take on all the questions and everything. But I would like to know if there were a couple of books that he had somewhere in his safe, and if we could possibly take them.
Yeah, right now you don't have specific cards for the estate, so you give her Carlton Ramsey's business card because like he's your contact for the centralized contact. So it's perfect. Yeah, I mean, yeah, you give him like those cards. You give her those cards. Yeah, she goes. Will you give me a persuade with a bonus die?
Persuade with a bonus die.
Mm-hmm.
Yay! Please, game. I will definitely spend that.
Okay. Yeah. She
10 luck. There we go.
Yeah. She goes, yeah, she looks at the two cards and puts them down like next to her plate on the table and thinks about it for a second and nods. She goes, yes, towards the end of his time at home, he did constantly read several old books. I glanced through one and you see a shudder kind of like go through her. What I read, it frightened me. It seemed to substantiate Roger's crazy actions. He kept those books in the safe in the mansion's library. In the library, he didn't know I knew the safe or of the safe or its combination, but I wrote it down and well, come with me. She leads you into the library, which is like massive, right? Like you walk into it, it's like a whole.
It's like a whole
almost a
study
wing
area.
of. Yeah, it's like it's a whole wing of this mansion. It's huge. It's got the ladder on wheels that leads up to like the tiered bookshelf, the bookcases, and she goes over to one of those, goes up a few steps, and pulls out like a collection of Edgar Allan Poe stories, and opens it up, pulls out a piece of paper that has the like a little code written on it, and then goes over to another book, pulls it out, and it's like a fake book that, you pull back, and a couple books slide away, and exposes a book, a safe, and she turns, looks at you, and kind of looks back at the the safe, and she goes, I don't even think I can bear to look at those books again. I I trust that you'll keep your word regarding further inquiries about my brother, and I had thought about selling those books, but I'd rather just be rid of them now. She hands you the piece of paper with the code on it, and walks out of the library. I trust you can see yourselves out.
I believe we can. Thank you, and I'm so sorry for, I guess, springing this on you.
Better to be rid of it. And she walks out, and I assume you go up and open the safe.
Yes.
And the face hugger grabs you, and you are now impregnated by a xenomorph. No.
I'm gonna be a mommy?
You can be dead mommy. You open the safe, and there are a couple little books.
Couple of books. What kind of books?
Couple of books.
Ancient dusty ones or clean looking fresh
Oops,
binding
sorry.
ones?
I didn't see the question about increasing your donation. I apologize.
Aww.
I guess you could have. Who's to
Yeah,
say?
I was gonna say,
Um,
I didn't know if that was going to, like, essentially, if
You're
that was
fine.
going to be a bribe. If
You
I would
had
have
made
to,
such
if
a
I would be like,
nah. You've done a
okay,
really good job of making a good impression. You did a good job of making a good impression, for the record, of like making a big donation, not pressing the issue further by like waiting until the next day. You guys have done a really good. You guys have done a lot of good footwork there. So props to
yay,
you all. Yeah.
we did good.
uh,
Five.
Roger's books. So where are we
Roger,
going
Roger.
for these? Roger.
I've been waiting to make that joke for like,
Yeah. Oh, we'll have
four
times.
4 weeks now, 5 weeks now.
We'll have plenty of chances. Believe you me. I just want to get to the right page here. And
We're gonna be talking about Roger like he's right beside us.
Roger. Why can't I? There we go. 4 books. You look at them. There are the Narcotic manuscripts, spelt PNA, sorry, KOTIC. Narcotic manuscripts. I'll put these into chat. It's the first one. And also, why did that? Yeah. It's the first one. The second one is Selections des livres de Yvon. The third one is Amongst the Stones. I want to say it's on 2 pages, but I'm pretty sure I remember Amongst the Stones.
That one sounds like it could be connected to the Western Australian cult.
And the fourth one is Life as a God.
I wouldn't know anything about that.
Nah. And yeah, looking at these books. So the thing is, where am I? Books. New York. Amongst the Stones is bound. So Amongst the Stones, we'll look at that one first. It's bound in this like strange black leather. The leather itself is. You ever seen those paintings that are like kind of tactile? You push them and they're not wet, but they kind of like move underneath your hand, right? And you kind of like push them,
Yes.
and yeah, it's
Uh-huh.
like that. Like the leather is moldable,
Oh.
and it's that, and at the same time, it is as if this black leather, the maybe the ink that it was dyed with, you're not sure. It is black. It is dark. Like it absorbs more light than you have seen before. It is impressive. It's not a super thick book. It's maybe 90 to 100 pages. Um, and it's got like, it's handwritten. All the pages are handwritten. Uh, and there's a few written, like a few notes from the author. There's no like date of publication or publisher written on it. And the opening page has like a little handwritten note from the author, and it says, "To Roger, dear friend, thank you for all the compelling conversation and rich inspiration. My regards and gratitude to your beautiful companion as well. Best of luck in your upcoming travels, Justin." That is Amongst the Stones. The next one, Life as a God, is poorly bound in scarred leather. Maybe a natural world check.
Me?
Leather, yeah, you're the one holding it. Leather
Okay.
stretched
Yeah.
over wood.
Well,
It's old. This one's old.
nah, nope,
Ugh.
absolutely not.
Yeah, it's just good old fashioned leather. You're like, it feels nice. It's a good looking book. Yeah, yeah. It's got no title on the cover, but the front piece has like a sort of like a faux Egyptian style, uh, and yeah, it's also written in English. So Life as a God and Amongst the Stones are both written in English. Um, Selections du Livre de Yvon is written in French. It's like in a decaying blue kind of calfskin cover, and then the Nicotic manuscripts is also written in English. That is red leather binding, and yeah, I'll put those, I guess, all on your character sheet.
All right.
As you,
Go
or
right
I
ahead.
guess we'll say as you arrive back at the hotel, we can just like flash jump to the hotel. Do you want to give these books to anyone else, or do you want to just keep them all yourself? You want to split them up? I can disseminate them however you like.
I have a quick question.
Mm-hmm.
Do any of these books look like the book that I have on me?
No,
My fancy book.
no.
Okay.
I mean, one is black, but it doesn't have like the black with the gold. Yeah.
Okay. Like the bindings don't look similar. Nothing looks.
No, they don't.
Okay.
No, they don't. One of them has, like I said, faux Egyptian styling, which is interesting to you, but it doesn't have like the it doesn't match your book.
Okay.
I'll keep Amongst the Stones for myself,
Okay.
and I'll be like, does
Yeah.
anybody read French?
Nope.
No.
I don't.
Okay. So we'll have to find a translator for this one. And Life as a God was also in English, and you said the Panacotic was
English as well.
English. All right.
I will just put my hand on Life as a God and say, "May I please?"
Go right ahead.
I take it.
Look who's got the big hand.
All right. There's this one, and then does somebody want to try translating if we can find a translation Hey, wait a
My
second. You
French book,
guys,
I,
you
I
guys
would have got
went up
that
to.
translation done back in China, wouldn't I?
Mhm.
Okay.
You guys went to Harvard to look at the list of books that Jackson was looking for. Didn't they say they only had one that was in French?
Um, they did. They didn't give us the name of that book, did they?
They did. I'm pretty sure.
Um, I don't remember notating the name down of the book. It's true.
It was La Cryptographie Militaire by Auguste Kirchhoffs.
No. So that's a different book.
Okay.
That was the one in French. Yeah.
Yeah.
The
Didn't
one
know if
that
it was
you
the same.
were that he was trying to get that was gone was Africa's Dark Sect.
Dirty.
Well, tomorrow I guess we can or even later today if we want to head out to the library, we can always start translating that one and I guess reading our books that we each have and
Instead of us trying to translate the French book ourselves, we could use our new contacts that work with Jackson and see if they might have access to a translator.
that is true.
Yeah, for a whole book, you would need like a professional to actually translate it because there's like context and grammar and things like that. Yeah.
So I mean,
But yeah, something to think about.
we can read the three other ones, just not the selections.
Now that we have all the books, Yang's also curious. He walks over and picks the Sphinx back up and looks. Are the hieroglyphics still there?
They're gone. There are 6 new hieroglyphics there.
Okay, well, our text message updated from this thing.
Oh, really?
It
And
updated?
you quickly translate them. It's 12, 20. Oh shit! So 24.
Is that 124?
12, 24. No, 19. Sorry, 19. God, Henry. 19, 24, 9, 9, 20, 20. Yeah.
Okay.
2020 was 5 years ago.
Yeah.
Do we think it's running off the same sheet?
Well, I'm gonna try it.
Let's
Um, G. G. O. L. L.
golly.
Yeah.
Well, will you all give me a sand check as your Sphinx is communicating with you somehow?
Sphinx is like, well, golly, y'all got it. accidentally fries our brain.
Yep.
Mm,
I'm
Hey, I
good.
failed a sanity check.
I just barely failed that. What?
Oh.
Oh, Robert.
God.
Classic.
Wow.
It's only one. It's only one for those of you that failed. It's nothing for
Okay.
for B. She's like, whatever.
Yeah.
It's a fucking yeah. It's the Egyptian gods. They do weird shit. Yep. Yep. Cool. We'll pick up there next time.
Ooh.
The
Right,
space
w-
just wanted to tell us how good of a job it feels like we're doing.
Yeah, can we
And
write
we
down what it
have to
actually
stay
said
early.
so that we have it for next time?
Yeah.
Okay.
Golly!
S-
Just because I tried to and I immediately got it wrong.
Wait a minute. It was what
Gee.
IISPTX?
So what is the 19th? Yeah.
2 weeks
Okay.
from now would be the 19th.
19th. Cool.
I don't think I can make it. I believe that's when the other concert is. I think. I can Google really quick.
Going
But
to a
I
little T
think
Swizzle
that's
concert.
Yeah. You know, Alex's sisters are dragging me along to another concert. Oh,
Yeah,
horrible.
that would be Nashville AT's concert.
Yeah, it is. So I won't be
Yep.
there.
Okay.
So it'd either be next week or the week after.
I can do either. I'm pretty sure.
I will be. I'll be out of town next week. I think I may be out of town the week after as well. Actually,
Oh no.
I'll be out of town for my sister's wedding next week. I'm gone the 24th, 25th. I don't know when I get back on the 26th. I don't know if I get back in time.
I mean, we could just push it to the 2nd because that's the next. That would be the next one after the 19th.
Yeah. Are you gone too, Alex, for 19th?
Oh no, I'm here.
Alex,
I
never.
I gotta take care of the cats.
No. Um, we just run it. I don't know if we're gonna be.
He got
I
sick
don't know
off
if
of
we'll be ending.
alcoholic hot chocolate again.
Yeah, T can work on some stuff. I don't know if she'll be missing the ending of New York. We're getting closer. I don't think we're there just yet. So I don't know if it's a crucial missing one yet.
Okay.
The 12th and then
So stick to the 19th.
19th. Yeah, sorry. Yeah.
Okay.
19th. Yeah, if
Okey-dokes.
That works with me.
Yeah,
Have fun.
and then we will roll your luck though for you.
Okay.